The ancient world is full of things we were never meant to know. Rituals with no explanation. Languages no one can read, and everyday moments lost to time. But sometimes, what survives isn't a monument or a city, it's a single curious detail. A forgotten invention, a custom that no longer makes sense. Tonight we're exploring some of those fragments, real pieces of ancient history, some famous, many overlooked. The kind of facts that don't always make the textbooks, but quietly change the way we see the past. So whether you're working in the background, winding down after a long day, or just looking for something calm to keep you company, we're glad you're here. You don't need to catch every detail. Just let the facts and stories flow however they find you. And as always with our videos, the visuals are simply here for a bit of context. You don't need to watch to enjoy the journey. So, grab a snack, get comfortable, and settle in. Let the noise of the outside world fade for a while, and let's begin. What if I told you that writing, the foundation of civilization, of literature, of everything we know, might have started because of beer, not poetry, not philosophy, not even religion, just beer. The ancient Sumerians, living over 5,000 years ago in what's now southern Iraq, were the first people in the world to invent a written language. And while that might sound grand and ceremonial, the truth is a bit more grounded. The earliest examples of their writing, called cuneiform, weren't epic tales or spiritual texts. They were lists, receipts, inventory ledgers scratched into wet clay with a reed stylus. And what were they keeping track of? Beer rations. You can picture it, a worker on a temple project receiving their daily allotment of barley-based drink, a scribe noting it down carefully in a tablet, 1 jar for this person, 2 for that one. Beer wasn't just a beverage to the Sumerians, it was part of the economy. A standard payment, a daily necessity, safer than water and packed with calories, it was both food and currency. And when things got complex enough, when you had hundreds of workers, different job roles, different amounts owed, they needed a system to manage it all. And so, writing began. Cuneiform started as pictographs, little drawings of jars, grains, and numbers. Over time, these symbols became more abstract, wedge-shaped impressions pressed into clay. Simple at first, but eventually capable of recording everything from trade agreements to mythology. But behind the sophistication, it all began with something surprisingly ordinary: logistics. The need to track who got how much of what and when. That doesn't make it less impressive, it makes it more human. Because in a way, it reminds us that some of the greatest inventions aren't born out of grand visions. They come from the practical needs of everyday life. From the desire to stay organized, to keep records, to make sure everyone got their fair share. Even the famous Epic of Gilgamesh, the earliest surviving piece of literature, would come later. The origins of writing were more like the ancient equivalent of spreadsheets and pay stubs, except instead of Excel files, they were slabs of clay hardened by sun. And beer wasn't just the reason for writing. It was woven deeply into Sumerian culture. They even had a goddess of brewing, Ninkasi. One of the oldest known hymns in history isn't a song of battle or prayer, it's a recipe for beer. So the next time you write something down, whether it's a to-do list or a novel, just remember, it all started with barley, clay, and the need to keep track of who got their pint. Here's a strange and surprisingly practical fact from ancient Egypt. The oldest known prosthetic limb in the world isn't a leg or an arm, it's a wooden toe. Found near Luxor and dating back more than 3,000 years, this toe belonged to a woman and was crafted with remarkable care out of wood and leather. At first glance, it might seem like an odd thing to preserve through the centuries, but what makes this tiny artifact fascinating isn't just its age, it's how well it was made. The construction wasn't just symbolic or ceremonial. It wasn't made to look nice in the afterlife, or serve as a decoration. The wear marks on the underside show that it was actually used, worn during life, walked on, and repaired like any well-used item might be. It was likely designed to help its wearer walk more comfortably, particularly in sandals, which were common at the time. And that's where things get interesting. This wasn't some elaborate high-tech invention. It was a simple piece of functional design, a practical solution to a real-world problem. And it worked. It shows us that even thousands of years ago, people were thinking creatively about how to improve quality of life through ingenuity. The ancient Egyptians were already known for their architectural brilliance and medical practices, surgical tools, dental work, even early forms of antibiotics. But this toe adds something more personal to the picture. It reminds us that history isn't just about grand monuments and rulers. Sometimes it's about one person trying to walk a little easier. And while this prosthetic is the oldest known, it's not the only one from the ancient world. Later, in ancient Rome, we start to see accounts of bronze and iron prosthetics, especially among soldiers who lost limbs in battle. There's even the famous Capua leg, a bronze and iron prosthetic from around 300 BCE, made for a Roman who likely lost his leg in combat. In medieval Europe, there were crude but clever wooden prosthetic hands and hooks, but none of these came before that quiet little wooden toe from Egypt. It's a small object, but it carries a big idea: the drive to adapt, to fix something broken, to make life just a bit easier, even with the tools of the time. And that's a kind of innovation that never really goes out of date. Here's something you probably wouldn't expect from the ancient world: vending machines. Not the kind that gives you a cold drink or a bag of chips, but the idea isn't far off. In the 1st century CE, a Greek engineer named Philo of Byzantium came up with a device that would fit right in at a temple's version of a convenience store. His machine was designed to dispense holy water. Yes, holy water, automatically when a coin was inserted. You'd drop in a coin, and thanks to a clever system of levers and weights, the machine would open a valve and release a measured amount of water. Once the coin tipped off the balance, the valve shut. No priest, no measuring, no hassle. Just pay, pour, and go. And while it sounds like a novelty, this wasn't just a one-off gimmick. These machines were actually used in Egyptian temples, where people came to perform rituals or make offerings. The vending machine helped regulate access to sacred water, made sure no one took too much, and probably impressed more than a few visitors along the way. It was automation with a spiritual twist. Philo wasn't some tinkerer in a basement either. He was a legitimate inventor and scientist, part of a broader tradition of Greek engineers who weren't afraid to experiment. His other work included mechanical birds, water pumps, and even early thoughts on steam power. Some of his ideas laid the groundwork for later thinkers in the Islamic Golden Age and Renaissance. But this little machine stands out because it's so relatable. Thousands of years later, we still love the same concept: put in a coin, get something useful or satisfying back. It's kind of funny to think about. You're standing in line at a vending machine today, wondering if your snack will get stuck. And somewhere deep in the past, people were doing the same, except their prize was a handful of sacred water and maybe some divine forgiveness. The core idea still works. It's a small reminder that human ingenuity and the desire for just a little bit of convenience has been around a lot longer than we tend to think. If you think the idea of a giant, well-organized library is a modern concept, here's something surprising. Over 2,600 years ago, the ancient Assyrians were already doing it, and on a huge scale. The Library of Ashurbanipal, built in the 7th century BCE in the city of Nineveh, modern-day Iraq, wasn't just a collection of scrolls or a few scattered tablets. It held over 30,000 clay tablets, carefully cataloged and stored. That's not just impressive for the time, it's staggering. These weren't just government records either. They included epic poems, legal documents, religious texts, medical instructions, astronomical charts, and even letters and administrative memos. Ashurbanipal, the Assyrian king who founded it, wasn't just a ruler with a taste for conquest. He was also a scholar, deeply interested in preserving knowledge. And he didn't leave things to chance. He ordered scribes to collect texts from across Mesopotamia and beyond, even sending officials to foreign cities just to copy important works. Think of it as one of the first major efforts at cultural preservation. The most famous piece in the library? The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest known pieces of literature in the world, was found among these tablets, written in cuneiform, the wedge-shaped script of the time. What's even more interesting is that these tablets were fired in kilns or hardened by fire during the destruction of Nineveh, which ironically helped preserve them. If the city hadn't been burned during its fall, much of the collection might not have survived at all. But because of that chaos, we now have insight into what people were reading, studying, and passing down over 2 millennia ago. The library even had a sort of early Dewey Decimal System. Some tablets had marks or labels to help organize them. And get this, some were marked with warnings not to remove them. So yes, overdue tablet policies might be older than we thought. Ashurbanipal's library was a product of empire and ambition, but at its core, it was also about memory, about trying to hold on to knowledge in a world where so much could be lost to war, fire, or time. Today, many of those tablets are housed in museums, studied by scholars who are still translating them line by line. And every so often, one reveals something new, a forgotten name, a remedy for an ancient illness, a myth once told by firelight. All from a king who wanted his people, and maybe the future, to remember what they knew. Let's head to Japan for something a little unexpected: massive ancient burial mounds shaped like keyholes. They're known as kofun, and they date back to the 3rd to 7th century CE, during what's now called the Kofun period. These weren't ordinary graves. They were elite tombs for emperors, nobles, and powerful clan leaders. Some are absolutely enormous, stretching over 400 meters long. From the sky, they look exactly like old keyholes, a circular mound at one end connected to a rectangular platform. And inside, these tombs were filled with treasures, bronze mirrors, weapons, armor, ornaments, and most intriguingly, haniwa, clay figures placed around the tomb, shaped like animals, warriors, dancers, and even houses. We don't know exactly what the haniwa were for, maybe guardians, maybe ceremonial, but they show a deeply symbolic approach to death and remembrance. These tombs weren't just burial sites, they were statements. The size of the kofun often reflected the power of the person inside, and building one took thousands of workers and meticulous planning. The era itself marked a shift in early Japanese society, from smaller clans to a more centralized power structure. And even today, some of these sites remain untouched. The largest, the Daisen Kofun in Osaka, is believed to be the tomb of Emperor Nintoku, and it's so massive that it rivals the Egyptian pyramids in scale. But here's the twist. Because it's classified as an imperial tomb, it's largely off-limits. Archaeologists can't fully excavate it. That means much of what we know about the Kofun period comes from the edges, from smaller tombs and scattered artifacts. It's like trying to piece together a history book with half the pages missing. But still, what's left tells us a lot. It tells us of a time when leaders wanted to leave their mark on the land, not through writing or monuments, but through enormous, carefully designed tombs that still shape the terrain today. Modern concrete doesn't always live up to its promise. Roads crack within a few seasons. Seawalls crumble. Bridges need constant maintenance. Even brand new buildings start to show wear faster than they should. But Roman concrete? It's held out for over 2,000 years, especially in the places you'd expect it to fail first, in seawater. All across the ancient Mediterranean, structures built by the Romans still stand in the surf, with waves crashing against them every day. Harbors, breakwaters, piers. They're weathered, yes, but intact. So how did they manage that? The answer comes down to their unique recipe. Roman engineers used a blend of volcanic ash, lime, and seawater to create a kind of self-healing concrete. The volcanic ash wasn't just filler, it triggered a chemical reaction when exposed to salt water. forming new minerals inside the concrete over time. One of these minerals, called illuminous tobermorite, acts like nature's glue. Instead of wearing down, the concrete actually grew stronger the longer it sat in the water. That's the real twist. Roman marine concrete didn't decay. It evolved. What makes this even more impressive is that they likely figured it out by trial and observation, not by fully understanding the chemistry. The ash came from places like Mount Vesuvius and the Bay of Naples, regions with a lot of geological activity and a lot of experimentation in early construction. The Romans saw what lasted and leaned into it. They used this material in some of the most crucial infrastructure of their empire. Ports, aqueducts, baths, and buildings meant to stand for generations. And in many cases, they did. Modern scientists have spent years trying to reverse engineer this ancient mix to improve our own materials, especially for marine construction. Some researchers even argue that Roman concrete might help us build better structures on the Moon or Mars, where traditional cement won't work. It's a rare case where ancient technology could leap ahead of our own. So, next time you walk past a crumbling sidewalk or a pothole that keeps coming back, remember, there's a recipe from 2,000 years ago that might still be better than the one we're using today. All it took was a little ash, a lot of patience, and a civilization that knew how to build things to last. Here's something you probably didn't learn in school about the Great Pyramid of Giza. It once had a door. Not just any door, though. A swiveling slab of stone so precisely balanced that it could be opened from the inside with a gentle push. That might sound like a minor architectural detail, but think about it. We're talking about a multi-ton limestone block, perfectly cut, perfectly fitted, and yet engineered in such a way that a single person inside the pyramid could nudge it open. No hinges, no pulleys, no obvious handles. From the outside, the door blended seamlessly into the pyramid's casing stones, making it nearly invisible. Early explorers reportedly walked past it without ever realizing it was there. And this wasn't a one-off design quirk. The second pyramid at Giza, built for Khafra, is also said to have had a similar feature, which begs the question, how? How did the ancient Egyptians, over 4,000 years ago, pull off such a mechanical feat using tools made of copper and stone? Theories suggest that the door pivoted on a socket carved into the floor and ceiling, allowing it to rotate vertically, like a hidden trapdoor. It's the kind of clever, precise engineering we don't usually associate with the ancient world. But maybe we should. The Great Pyramid wasn't just a monument. It was a masterclass in design. Every block was placed with intent. The internal chambers, ventilation shafts, and passageways weren't afterthoughts. They were part of a system. And in that context, a secret door that vanished into the wall wasn't just practical, it was part of the mystery. Some have speculated that the door served a symbolic purpose, controlling access to the sacred inner chambers. Others think it was a security measure, helping protect the contents of the tomb. Whatever its function, the door is another example of how much we still don't fully understand about ancient Egyptian architecture. It's easy to think of the pyramids as static piles of stone, but they were built by people who were thinking in systems, in mechanics, in long-term design. Even now, with all our technology, we'd struggle to replicate certain aspects of what they built, especially without leaving a trace. The original swiveling door is no longer there. It's long since been removed or broken apart, likely during one of the many early excavations or looting episodes. But its existence is well documented, and it adds one more quiet, astonishing detail to a structure already full of them. Just imagine standing inside, centuries ago, and pushing against a seamless wall, only to feel it give way effortlessly beneath your hand. Not bad for something built before the invention of iron tools. Now it's time for a fact that flips the usual image of Roman gladiators on its head. Despite their brutal reputation and the blood-soaked arenas they fought in, most Roman gladiators were actually vegetarians, and they drank a tonic made from ashes and vinegar. Not exactly what you'd expect from people trained to fight to the death. When we imagine a gladiator, we picture someone on a meat-heavy diet, bulking up with protein for maximum strength. but archaeological studies of gladiator cemeteries, particularly in places like Ephesus in modern-day Turkey, tell a different story. Bone analysis revealed that these warriors consumed a diet heavy in barley, beans, and other plant-based staples. They were sometimes called hordeari, or barley men, by those who trained and wrote about them. But why? Well, a plant-based diet wasn't about ethics. It was about performance. These foods helped gladiators build a layer of subcutaneous fat, which sounds counterintuitive until you realize that in the arena, more fat meant more protection. A deeper cut could look dramatic, but it was less likely to reach anything vital. In short, a gladiator bleeding from a surface wound could put on a good show and still survive the fight. Then there's the tonic. Ashes mixed with vinegar. It sounds strange, maybe even unpleasant, but it had a practical purpose. The ashes, likely from burned plants or bones, were a source of calcium and minerals. Mixed with vinegar, they became a sort of ancient sports drink, meant to help bones recover and keep muscles strong. Roman authors like Pliny the Elder mention this mix in their writings, and it's backed up by traces found in the bones of gladiators studied by scientists. This wasn't a fringe practice, it was a routine part of training. So much of what we assume about the ancient world gets turned on its head when we look at the details. Gladiators weren't just brutes tossed into sandpits, they were professionals, trained and maintained like athletes. Their diets were calculated. Their recovery was monitored. They didn't feast like emperors. They ate like soldiers of spectacle. Simple meals, hard training, and a strange little drink to keep their bones in shape. It's just another example of how the small, overlooked facts of history often tell us more than the headlines ever could. Gladiators might have fought like wild men, but behind the scenes, they lived like disciplined athletes. Bean stew, barley porridge, and all. Let's take a moment to imagine your morning commute. Across rooftops. No roads, no sidewalks, not even alleyways. Just flat, mud brick roofs and wooden ladders, weaving your way from house to house like an ancient game of hopscotch. That's exactly how life worked in Chatal, one of the oldest known cities in human history. Located in what is now central Turkey, this settlement dates back more than 9,000 years, and it was built with absolutely no streets. Instead, homes were stacked tightly together in a honeycomb-like layout, with people entering their homes not from the side, but from the top. Roofs doubled as walkways, public spaces, and even gathering areas, which makes modern rooftop bars seem a little less original. To get inside, residents climbed down ladders through openings in the ceiling, stepping directly into their living quarters. It's a layout that might sound inconvenient, but it actually had some clever benefits. Without open streets, the settlement was easier to defend. There were no easy paths for invaders to move through. The dense clustering of homes also helped regulate temperature, keeping interiors warmer in the winter and cooler in the summer. And let's be honest, if everyone's roof is part of the sidewalk, you've got no excuse for not shoveling the snow. Inside the homes, life was surprisingly sophisticated. Walls were decorated with murals and animal skulls, and residents buried their dead beneath the floors, likely as a way of keeping ancestors close. They farmed, crafted tools, wove fabrics, and maintained a social structure that's still being unraveled today. What's most interesting is how egalitarian Chatal seems to have been. Archaeologists have found little evidence of social hierarchy. Homes were more or less the same size, and grave goods didn't differ much between individuals. No palaces, no clear rulers, just a community that lived roof to roof, side by side. Some scholars believe this may reflect one of the earliest examples of a truly cooperative urban society. And yet, for all its uniqueness, Çatalhöyük feels strangely familiar. People cooked meals, raised children, gathered together, and, most importantly, figured out a way to make it all work, even without roads. In a way, it's like an ancient version of a close-knit apartment complex, only with fewer elevators and more ladders. Today, the ruins of Çatalhöyük are a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and they continue to offer insights into the very roots of city life. From high above, The remains still resemble that clustered rooftop maze, frozen in time. And when you think about how humans have been finding creative ways to live together for nearly 10,000 years, well, maybe your next walk across a crowded street doesn't seem so complicated after all. Imagine flushing your toilet in the year 2500 BCE. Sounds ridiculous, right? But if you lived in the Indus Valley civilization, say, in one of its great cities, like Mohenjo-daro or Harappa, that's more or less what you were doing. Thousands of years before indoor plumbing became a staple of modern life, this ancient civilization had already figured out the basics of public sanitation, and not just in a primitive, hole-in-the-ground kind of way. We're talking about well-laid brick drains running along streets, private toilets in individual homes, and even soak pits to filter wastewater. The cities were planned with such precision that some archaeologists have called them the Manhattans of the Bronze Age. Homes were often built with their own bathrooms, connected to a city-wide drainage system, and large public wells provided fresh water to neighborhoods. Some buildings even had early versions of showers. Just pour water over yourself with a jug and let it run down into a covered drain. Honestly, you could argue that parts of the Indus Valley were more hygienic than many 19th century European cities, where raw sewage still flowed in open gutters and outbreaks of cholera were an unfortunate routine. The streets in Mohenjo-daro were laid out in a grid, houses had ventilation systems, and trash was kept outside in designated areas. It wasn't just advanced, it was thoughtful. People weren't simply surviving, they were designing spaces to live comfortably and cleanly. And the most incredible part? We still don't fully understand how they organized it all. The Indus script remains undeciphered, so there's no Rosetta Stone to tell us who planned these cities or how they governed them. No big palaces, no flashy tombs, just practical, efficient, urban design that quietly got the job done. It's one of those historical reminders that advanced thinking doesn't always come with fanfare. Sometimes it's found in brickwork and water flow, and for anyone who's ever cursed a blocked sink or a questionable public restroom, the Indus Valley offers a comforting thought. People have been trying to make modern life more livable for thousands of years, and in some ways, they did a pretty remarkable job of it. So next time your city has a plumbing issue, just remember, Bronze Age engineers might have done it better. If you think brain surgery sounds like a modern invention, think again, because ancient Peruvians were performing it over 1,000 years ago, and honestly, they were surprisingly good at it. In fact, they were better at it than 19th century battlefield surgeons. The practice was called trepanation, and it involved removing sections of the skull, often to relieve pressure from head trauma, usually injuries sustained in battle. Sounds brutal, right? But the survival rate was shockingly high. Over 80%, according to studies of hundreds of skulls found in burial sites across the Andes. And this wasn't just one fluke operation. Some individuals had multiple trepanation holes, suggesting they not only survived the first time, but went in for a second or even third procedure. You can imagine the scene. No anesthesia, no sterile surgical suite, just skilled hands, sharp tools made of obsidian or bronze, and centuries of handed-down knowledge. And they weren't just sawing into heads randomly either. Evidence shows they had different techniques, scraping, drilling, and cutting in neat geometric shapes, all depending on the type of injury or the tools available. Some trepanations were even done in ways that carefully avoided damaging the brain or major blood vessels. And remarkably, signs of healing around the holes prove that patients didn't just survive, they recovered. How did they prevent infection? What did they use for pain relief? We can only guess. Maybe herbal poultices, maybe coca leaves, maybe just a high tolerance for discomfort. But what's clear is this: ancient Andean surgeons were methodical, experienced, and likely respected members of their communities. Trepanation wasn't a fringe practice. It was widespread, and it worked. In comparison, Civil War doctors in the 1800s had a much lower survival rate for similar cranial procedures, often because of infections and lack of surgical technique. So while we might think of ancient medicine as crude or superstitious, here's proof that in some areas, our ancestors were surprisingly ahead of their time. The next time someone tells you ancient people didn't know what they were doing, just point to the Peruvians calmly removing chunks of skull and sending patients home to heal. Not bad for a civilization with no MRIs, no antibiotics, and no modern tools. Just steady hands, sharp blades, and knowledge passed down through generations. Before New York had its skyline, before Rome had its roads, there was Uruk, a city so old that it makes most of what we consider ancient seem like yesterday's news. Around 3000 BCE, Uruk was already buzzing with life. And we're not talking about a sleepy little settlement here. This place had over 50,000 people, which for the time was basically a metropolis. If you picture a crowd that size now, that's enough for a packed football stadium. Except this crowd didn't have digital screens or popcorn stands. They had mud brick temples, ziggurats, and some of the earliest known forms of writing. The city was a key center in what's now modern-day Iraq, and it didn't just grow by accident. It was a hub of innovation, trade, religion, and power. In fact, Uruk is often credited with being the birthplace of urban life as we know it. It had administrative systems, a complex social structure, and possibly even zoning, thousands of years before anyone coined the term urban planning. The people of Uruk weren't just piling up houses, they were organizing a city. There were specialized workers, temples to the goddess Inanna, grain storage facilities, and massive public works. It was also home to one of history's first known kings, Gilgamesh, whose legend would become one of the world's earliest pieces of literature. And sure, Uruk didn't have plumbing or high-speed internet, but they had something arguably more impressive, the invention of writing. Cuneiform tablets found in Uruk show early accounting records, trade lists, and even recipes. Because of course, even in ancient times, someone had to keep track of the barley. The city's size and structure suggest a population that wasn't just surviving, it was thriving. People came from surrounding regions to trade goods, worship at the temples, and probably complain about the crowds. And if you're wondering how a city like that functioned without cars or modern logistics, well, they used canals, footpaths, and a whole lot of clever management. Uruk set the blueprint for what a city could be. It was dense, it was organized, and it had enough going on to attract tens of thousands of people to live, work, and worship within its walls. And that's not just impressive for 5,000 years ago, that's impressive, period. So next time someone says modern life is overwhelming, just remember, ancient Mesopotamians were dealing with traffic jams of carts and goats before most of us even figured out farming. Ever think your last medical bill was a bit harsh? Try practicing medicine under the Code of Hammurabi. Back in ancient Babylon, around 1750 BCE, laws weren't just concerned with theft or property. They also spelled out exactly what a doctor could charge, and more importantly, what happened if things went wrong. Hammurabi's code is one of the oldest known sets of laws in human history, carved into stone for everyone to see and fear. And in the middle of all the edicts about irrigation rights and broken contracts, there's an entire section devoted to medical procedures. If a doctor performed surgery and saved someone's life, they were paid handsomely, sometimes in silver, sometimes in livestock, depending on the patient's social class. But if a doctor made a mistake, if they caused harm instead of healing, the punishment could be, well, a bit more permanent. For example, if a physician caused the death of a wealthy patient or made them lose an eye, the law often demanded that the doctor's hand be cut off. Yes, their literal hand, the same one they used for surgery, which, as you can imagine, put a fair amount of pressure on getting things right the first time. This wasn't a world of malpractice insurance or second opinions. It was swift justice, delivered with a chisel and a very clear sense of consequence. On the one hand, it shows how seriously medicine was taken. Healing wasn't a side gig, it was a respected profession, and those who practiced it were held to high standards. On the other, it reveals just how differently accountability was enforced. Mistakes didn't end in a lawsuit, they ended in amputation. Still, the inclusion of these laws says something pretty remarkable about Babylonian society. it had structure, it had bureaucracy. And it had an understanding that skilled labor, like surgery, was valuable enough to protect and risky enough to regulate. The fact that they had billing codes and fee tiers thousands of years ago is both oddly relatable and a little terrifying. And it wasn't just surgery either. There were laws about midwives, veterinarians, and even barbers. Everyone from the elite to the everyday was touched in some way by Hammurabi's stone-carved expectations. It might sound brutal by today's standards, but in a way, it laid the groundwork for holding professionals accountable. So next time you grumble about a copay, just be glad the worst you'll face is a bill. Because back then, one botched incision and you'd be out of the job and out of a hand. What do you think it takes to predict an eclipse? Today we have satellites, computers, and complex models. But over 2,500 years ago, long before telescopes or even the idea of modern science, the Babylonians were already doing it with surprising precision, using nothing more than careful observation, clay tablets, and centuries of recorded patterns. They learned how to track the rhythms of the sky. And somehow, from that, they figured out how to predict when the moon would go dark. These weren't just guesses. Babylonian astronomers developed mathematical methods to forecast lunar eclipses with remarkable accuracy. They recorded the movements of the moon and planets for generations, noticing patterns that repeated over time. One of their greatest tools was something called the Saros cycle, a period of about 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours after which lunar and solar eclipses tend to repeat. They didn't invent the Saros cycle, but they figured it out, and they used it not just to predict that an eclipse might happen sometime, but to narrow down the date, time, and even part of the sky. To do this, they relied on tablets like the famous astronomical diaries found in the ruins of Babylon. These tablets are packed with detailed observations, what the sky looked like each night when a certain star rose, how long the moon took to cross the sky. Some tablets include eclipse omens, beliefs about what these events might mean. But many are surprisingly objective. Just data, careful notes, the same way a scientist might track the temperature every day for years. And why did they care so much? For the Babylonians, the heavens weren't just a source of wonder. They were a kind of divine calendar. Eclipses could signal important changes, warnings to kings, omens of war or peace. But before they could interpret them, they had to understand them. That meant watching, recording, calculating. Generation after generation of scribes copying down what they saw, slowly building a system that could look forward as well as back. What's even more remarkable is that they did all of this with no concept of gravity, no understanding of orbital mechanics, just the sky above them and the clay beneath their hands. And yet, their predictions were good enough that later cultures, including the Greeks, built on their methods. It's a quiet reminder of how much patience and curiosity can achieve. No supercomputers, no telescopes, just a deep love of the sky, passed down in writing, in numbers, in stories written in stars. And now for a story where philosophy, math, and beans collide. Most people remember Pythagoras from high school geometry, the right-angled triangle guy, the one behind that famous theorem about a squared plus b squared equals c squared. But what your math teacher probably didn't mention is that Pythagoras also founded a secretive, semi-religious philosophical commune in southern Italy, and that one of its core beliefs was to avoid eating beans. Yes, beans, lentils, fava, black, chickpeas, you name it, they were off limits. Why? According to some ancient sources, the Pythagoreans believed that beans contained souls, that they were somehow tied to the transmigration of human spirits. Eating one, then, wasn't just a dietary choice. It was a moral and metaphysical error. You might be eating someone. Other accounts suggest beans were thought to interfere with spiritual clarity, or even symbolize death and decay. There's even a theory that the Pythagorean taboo was based on the way beans ferment and bloat, which they may have seen as unnatural or impure. Whatever the exact reason, it was serious business. So serious that Pythagoras himself is said to have died because of it. According to legend, he was fleeing from an angry mob when he came upon a field of beans. Instead of running through it, he stopped. He refused to enter the field and was ultimately caught and killed. It's a dramatic story, and maybe a bit apocryphal, but it tells you just how committed he was to this oddly specific rule. But the bean ban wasn't the only quirk of his community. Pythagoreans lived communally, followed strict rules about silence, purity, and even how to get out of bed. They believed that numbers weren't just useful, they were sacred, that the entire universe could be explained through mathematical harmony, music, motion, astronomy. It was all numbers, all divine. They weren't just solving equations, they were uncovering cosmic truths. Still, for all their serious thinking, it's the beans that get remembered. And maybe that's fair. It's a good reminder that even the most brilliant minds can have some unexpected quirks. A man who shaped mathematics and influenced generations of philosophers also shaped his diet around a fear of legumes. Strange? Absolutely. But that's what makes it fascinating. The ancient world wasn't all monumental temples and heroic myths. It was full of odd little details like this. So next time you're scooping hummus or picking out beans from a salad, just remember, Pythagoras would not have approved. Ever wondered why purple was once called the color of royalty? The answer isn't just tradition, it's sea snails. Specifically, a tiny marine creature known as the murex, which the Phoenicians somehow decided to squeeze in large numbers to extract a few precious drops of deep, rich dye. We're talking ancient biochemistry meets high fashion. The Phoenicians, master traders and seafarers based in what's now Lebanon, figured out that the murex secreted a substance that, after a complicated process of exposure to sunlight and air, turned a deep purple. But here's the catch. It took thousands of these snails just to produce enough dye for a single garment. Thousands. And the smell? Reportedly awful. Ancient dye workshops were said to reek so badly they had to be set up outside the city. But despite the stench, the result was worth it. This purple, often called Tyrian purple after the Phoenician city of Tyre, didn't fade easily. In fact, it seemed to get deeper and richer over time. And because it was so hard to produce, it became one of the most valuable substances in the ancient world. Emperors, priests, and elites wore it not just for style, but as a statement. I can afford this. It was so exclusive that in some places, wearing purple without permission could get you in trouble. Rome eventually passed laws reserving it for the upper classes, and in some periods, only the emperor himself. What's fascinating is that this wasn't some industrial dye factory. This was manual labor, open-air chemistry, and ancient trial and error. The Phoenicians didn't just discover a rare color. They cornered the market on luxury branding centuries before fashion houses ever existed. And because they kept the process secret, they kept control. The exact technique for producing Tyrian purple wasn't fully understood for centuries, long after the Phoenicians themselves had faded into history. But traces remain in ancient texts, stained fragments of fabric, and the word itself. Our modern word Phoenician is linked to the Greek word phoenix, meaning red-purple. Even purple, as a status symbol, owes its staying power to their smelly, snail-squeezing success. So next time you see a royal cloak in a historical drama or a regal stripe on an ancient fresco, you're not just looking at a pretty color. You're looking at an ancient economic strategy, an elite fashion statement, and a long-lost recipe no one's eager to recreate. Because honestly, who wants to crush 1,000 snails for a shirt? But the fact remains, the Phoenicians turned sea slime into status, and in doing so, gave the world a color that still carries weight today. Even in ancient Mesopotamia, bad service didn't go unnoticed. Long before Yelp reviews or angry tweets, there was a Babylonian man named Nani, and around 1800 BCE, he left behind what's now considered the world's first written customer complaint. It's carved into a clay tablet in cuneiform script, and it was addressed to a copper merchant named Ea Nasir. The message? Sharp. Director. And honestly, Pretty relatable. Nani had sent his servant with silver to purchase copper ingots, but what he got in return was subpar merchandise, and, according to Nani, some serious attitude from the merchant. So, Nani didn't just let it go. He took the time to document his frustration in a letter that's now survived for over 3,800 years. That's some serious staying power for a bad review. In his complaint, Nani accuses Ea Nasir of delivering inferior copper and mistreating his messenger. He even demands that Ea Nasir refund his silver and return the proper goods. Clearly, customer expectations were already well developed. What makes this tablet even better is that it's not a one-off. Archaeologists discovered a whole archive of clay tablets in Ea Nasir's house, and some of them suggest this might not have been his first complaint. It's entirely possible Ea Nasir was ancient Babylon's equivalent of a one-star seller. But what's so fascinating is how modern the whole interaction feels. Nani's tone is basically, "I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed." He expected professionalism, got rudeness, and wanted his money back. Swap the clay tablet for an email or a customer service chat box, and the story wouldn't feel out of place today. This tiny moment of frustration gives us a strange kind of connection to the past. It's a glimpse of ancient life, not through grand temples or royal decrees, but through everyday annoyance. It reminds us that ancient people weren't just names in history books. They were individuals with standards, opinions, and a surprising flair for passive-aggressive communication. It also shows how important trade was to the Babylonian economy. Copper was essential, and the exchange of goods was taken seriously enough that people literally documented poor experiences in stone. No refund policy? No problem. Just immortalize your complaint in baked clay. Today, that little tablet sits in the British Museum, a tiny square of fired earth that proves customer service woes are truly timeless. So next time you're tempted to leave a salty review, remember Nani? He walked so we could type in all caps. Let's stay on the topic of ancient commerce, but this time with a bit more flair. If you picture a bustling Aztec marketplace, you might imagine something wild and chaotic. Loud bartering, crowds pushing through stalls, the smell of spices and grilled maize hanging in the air. And while the energy was definitely there, the organization would surprise you. When Spanish conquistadors first arrived in Tenochtitlan in the early 1500s, they were stunned not just by the size of the city, but by how orderly its markets were. In fact, they compared the whole operation to something strikingly modern, a stock exchange. That's right, Hernán Cortés and his men likened the central market of Tlatelolco, the twin city to Tenochtitlan, to the trading floors of Europe. Every item had its place. Merchants were grouped by the goods they sold, produce in one area, textiles in another, tools and ceramics somewhere else. There were appointed market inspectors, judges to settle disputes, and officials to ensure fair trade. Prices were negotiated, but within reason, and most transactions didn't even use coins. Instead, cacao beans and cotton cloth served as currency. And while you might smirk at the idea of paying for something with a handful of chocolate beans, it worked. The system was efficient, well-maintained, and deeply woven into the social fabric. On peak days, it's estimated that up to 60,000 people pass through the market. That's more than the population of some modern towns, all coming together to trade everything from chili peppers to gold jewelry. And unlike many European markets at the time, these were not disorganized gatherings. There were rules, schedules, oversight. Imagine showing up to a modern farmer's market and finding not just artisan cheese and honey, but a judicial tribunal in the corner handling price disputes. That was Tlatelolco. Spanish chroniclers like Bernal Diaz del Castillo couldn't believe it. They described the city's layout, the scale of the commerce, and the sophistication of the entire exchange as something greater than anything found in Europe. That's a big statement for a conquistador. It turns out, the Aztecs had a thriving economic system that worked so well, it impressed the very people who came to dismantle it. In the end, what survives isn't just the ruins of temples or faded codices. It's the legacy of how people organized their daily lives. And in the case of the Aztecs, they did it with surprising order, practicality, and a dash of cacao bean capitalism. Let's shift gears from marketplaces and money to something a bit more shaky, literally. Earthquakes are one of nature's most unpredictable forces, and for most of history, people didn't have a clue how to prepare for them, let alone detect one before the shaking began. But the ancient Chinese? They were thinking ahead. In 132 CE, over 1,800 years ago, an inventor named Zhang Heng developed something remarkable, the world's first known earthquake detector. And no, it didn't beep, blink, or send push notifications. It was a massive bronze vessel, almost like a decorative urn, with 8 dragon heads arranged around its surface, each holding a bronze ball in its mouth. Below each dragon sat a corresponding toad with its mouth open wide, as if waiting for a snack. When an earthquake occurred, even if it was hundreds of miles away, one of the balls would mysteriously drop into the toad's mouth with a loud clang, indicating the direction the quake had come from. Sounds like a magic trick, right? But it wasn't. Inside the vessel was a pendulum-based mechanism, likely triggered by distant seismic waves, that caused the ball to release in the direction of the tremor. The actual internal workings have been lost to time, but modern recreation suggests it worked better than you'd expect. And this wasn't just a one-off curiosity either. Historical records say it successfully detected a quake over 500 kilometers away, even when people nearby felt nothing. When officials investigated, sure enough, a distant region had been hit. That kind of early detection could mean faster responses, even in a world without texts or emails. And here's the kicker. This happened in the Eastern Han Dynasty, long before Europe was even dreaming of seismographs. While the West was still figuring out plumbing, Zhang Heng was building earthquake detectors with stylized dragons and bronze toads. It's the kind of innovation that sounds like science fiction until you realize it was part of ancient history. Of course, this invention wasn't widespread, and it wasn't perfect, but it shows the mindset of engineers in ancient China. They weren't just reacting to nature, they were trying to understand it, anticipate it, and even measure it, all with the tools they had: bronze, pendulums, and an eye for detail. Not bad for the 2nd century. So the next time your phone buzzes with a weather alert or a minor tremor hits and gets logged in an app within seconds, just remember, Zhang Heng and his dragons were doing something surprisingly similar, almost 2 millennia ago, with nothing but bronze, balance, and a bit of ingenuity. From ancient seismology to something a little more competitive. Long before soccer stadiums and televised tournaments, one of the earliest known team sports may have come from a civilization you don't hear much about in casual conversation: the Olmecs. Flourishing in what is now southern Mexico as early as 1500 BCE, the Olmecs were one of Mesoamerica's oldest complex societies. And among the colossal stone heads and intricate jade carvings they left behind, archaeologists have uncovered something else: ball courts. Dozens of them, scattered across ancient Olmec sites, shaped like elongated eyes carved into the earth. And while they didn't leave behind playbooks or rule manuals, these courts offer a clue to something surprisingly familiar: organized team sport. The game itself, often called the Mesoamerican ball game, it involved a rubber ball, narrow courts with sloped sides, and players who, get this, had to keep the ball in play using anything but their hands and feet, hips, elbows, maybe shoulders. Not exactly easy. Imagine trying to bounce a hefty rubber ball through a stone hoop using just your torso. It's like volleyball meets dodgeball, but far more painful and with stakes that weren't just bragging rights. While the Olmecs likely didn't invent the final form of the ball game that would be refined by later civilizations like the Maya and Aztecs, they were almost certainly the first to give it form, complete with ceremonial importance, complex rules, and social status. Some scholars think the game had a religious angle, with outcomes tied to cosmic beliefs or even political decisions. Others suspect it was a way to resolve disputes or display local power without going to war. Kind of like ancient diplomacy, with bruises. And it wasn't just a backyard pastime. These courts were built into major cities, sometimes alongside temples, and the effort involved in constructing them says something about the game's importance. We may never know the exact rules, but the remnants suggest spectators gathered, bets were made, and rivalries ran deep. If you've ever yelled at a referee or celebrated a last-second win, you're closer to the Olmecs than you think. The idea of playing for pride, glory, or divine favor, that's been bouncing around a lot longer than you might expect. So next time you're watching a big game, imagine it on a sun-baked court surrounded by stone sculptures under the eye of gods and kings. The players wore padding, the ball was heavy, and there were no timeouts. It wasn't just a sport. It was ceremony, spectacle, and maybe even a little survival, all thanks to the Olmecs, who may have given humanity its first real taste of team competition. Let's move from ancient sports to something a little more heated, literally. Ever wondered who put out fires in ancient Rome? You might think it was some brave civic service, racing to the scene with buckets in hand. But in reality, firefighting in the Roman Empire wasn't always heroic. It was a business. That's right. If your house caught fire in certain periods of Roman history, you didn't automatically get help. You got an offer. Ancient Roman fire brigades were often privately owned and operated, especially during the earlier days of the empire, and their services came with a catch: payment up front. Picture this. Your wooden insula, apartment building, is going up in flames, smoke is pouring into the sky, and then a group of burly men with axes and water buckets shows up. But instead of rushing in, they pause, and their boss steps forward to negotiate. Want us to save your home? Let's talk price. And if you couldn't pay? Well, they might just stand back and wait for the fire to burn itself out. One of the most infamous figures associated with this setup was Marcus Licinius Crassus, a Roman general and the wealthiest man in Rome. Crassus allegedly ran his own fire brigade and used it as a twisted investment strategy. He'd show up to burning properties, offer to buy them at rock-bottom prices, and only then would his men put out the fire, after the paperwork was signed. Talk about aggressive real estate tactics. Eventually, Emperor Augustus decided this was getting out of hand and established the Vigils, Rome's first public firefighting and police force, in 6 CE. These weren't volunteers. They were full-time, government-backed firefighters equipped with hooks, axes, water pumps, and even a kind of ancient fire extinguisher made from vinegar and cloth. But even then, it was a tough gig. Fires were constant threats in Rome's tightly packed neighborhoods, where open flames were used for lighting, heating, and cooking. A single spark could consume an entire block. So, while Rome did eventually bring fire services under control, the earlier model of pay first, then help leaves a pretty eyebrow-raising impression. It's a reminder that even in one of the world's most sophisticated empires, basic safety could be a luxury, and your house burning down might have been someone else's business opportunity. Today's fire codes and emergency services feel pretty modern, but the roots of organized firefighting are older and a bit more transactional than you might think. Let's step away from burning buildings and into the ancient world of diplomacy, because believe it or not, one of the earliest known peace treaties in human history wasn't a modern invention, but something signed over 3,000 years ago. The year was 1259 BCE, and two of the ancient world's most powerful superpowers, the Egyptians and the Hittites, had been locking horns for decades. Their armies clashed most famously at the Battle of Kadesh, a conflict so intense that both sides claimed victory. Sound familiar? Eventually, though, even ancient empires realized that endless warfare was bad for business, trade, and probably everyone's nerves. So, in a surprisingly modern turn of events, they decided to talk. The result was the Egyptian-Hittite peace treaty, also known as the Treaty of Kadesh, a formal agreement carved in stone, sealed with oaths to the gods, and copied in both Egyptian hieroglyphs and Akkadian cuneiform. It wasn't a handshake over coffee, but it was remarkably detailed. The treaty laid out terms like mutual defense, prisoner exchanges, and even an early form of non-aggression pact. If one side was attacked, the other promised to come to their aid. It even included a clause about not harboring fugitives, so clearly, these two empires were covering all their bases. What's even more remarkable is that this isn't just legend. A copy of the treaty inscribed on a silver tablet, was discovered in the Hittite capital of Hattusa, modern-day Turkey, while an Egyptian version was found on the walls of the Karnak and Ramesseum temples. So we know it happened. And if you've ever visited the United Nations building in New York, you might have seen a replica of this very treaty hanging there. It's considered a foundational moment in international diplomacy. Now, of course, peace treaties didn't always hold back then, any better than they do now. But the fact that two ancient superpowers could come together and agree to stop fighting and put it in writing is kind of incredible, especially when you consider the world was still figuring out things like coinage and the alphabet at the time. It's a reminder that while warfare has always been part of human history, so too has the desire to end it, to find common ground, and to put the swords down, if only for a little while. And if that isn't worth a quiet nod of respect, I don't know what is. Now, from the weighty business of ancient diplomacy, let's turn to something a little lighter, literally. Hats. But not just any hats. We're talking about the curious winged headgear worn by mandarins in ancient China's imperial court. You might have seen them in old paintings or dramas, tall black caps with stiff horizontal flaps that stuck out on either side like stretched bird wings or giant antennae. Odd fashion choice? Maybe. But there was method to the madness. These weren't just status symbols, they were practical tools of etiquette. The idea was simple, but clever. If everyone's hat has wide side flaps, then you physically can't lean in and whisper to your neighbor. Try it, and the wings would knock into theirs. It was like wearing a built-in social distance reminder, centuries before we needed those for other reasons. The design is usually credited to the Song dynasty, particularly under the reforms of Emperor Taizu in the 10th century. The emperor wanted court to be orderly, focused, and free of side conversations. And what better way to enforce that than by making whispers physically impossible? It's kind of brilliant, really. Instead of handing out fines or writing long memos, they just designed the problem out of existence, with a hat. But beyond function, the hats were also steeped in symbolism. The flaps signaled rank and dignity. They helped distinguish officials from commoners and reinforce the seriousness of the imperial setting. The longer the wings, the higher the status, and the greater your personal space, which, in the dense hierarchy of the court, mattered a great deal. This is one of those facts that makes you pause and smile, because it's such a human solution to such a human problem. Even in the grand halls of power, thousands of years ago, people were still leaning in to gossip, and someone had to put a stop to it. The result? A unique blend of fashion and discipline, with a touch of unintentional comedy. Today they might look theatrical or strange, but once you know the story, they start to make sense. Like so much in history, it's the little details, the ones hiding behind a funny hat, that quietly remind us how thoughtful, creative, and just a bit petty our ancestors could be. Now from hats with flaps to something a little deeper. Literally. Beneath the arid landscapes of ancient Persia, a civilization found a way to turn desert into farmland, using a kind of quiet engineering genius. You've probably heard of aqueducts, but what about qanats? These underground canals, invented over 2,500 years ago, were designed to carry water from deep in the mountains to places that otherwise would have been dry, cracked earth. No pumps, no electricity, just gravity, patience, and some seriously clever design. The system worked like this. Workers would dig a gently sloping tunnel underground, starting at the base of a mountain where water could seep into the rock. From there, the tunnel would snake downward for miles, sometimes dozens of miles, until it reached the thirsty land below. Along the way, vertical shafts were dug to the surface every few dozen meters, letting workers remove soil and provide ventilation. If you flew over parts of Iran today, you might still spot those shafts dotting the landscape in perfectly straight lines, like stitches sewn across the earth. And here's the wild part. Many of these qanats still work. Despite centuries of change, war, and weather, some of them are still delivering water to fields and villages, the same way they did in ancient times. That's not just impressive. That's engineering with staying power. It's easy to think of ancient civilizations as always building upward, temples, palaces, pyramids. But this is a case of building down, of thinking underground. And they weren't just practical. Qanats also shaped Persian culture and city planning. Entire communities sprang up around the water they delivered. They fed orchards, cooled homes, and supported some of the earliest known examples of sustainable water management. In fact, the word Qanat itself became so influential that the concept spread across the ancient world, from North Africa to Central Asia. It's one of those ancient ideas that didn't just survive, it quietly shaped the way people lived for generations. And let's be honest, underground Persian water highway sounds like something out of a sci-fi novel, not a 6th century BCE innovation. So next time you hear someone talk about ancient engineering, think beyond the Colosseums and roads. Think of cool tunnels under the desert, still flowing after thousands of years, humming beneath the sand with the quiet logic of people who figured out how to make water move through stone. And from desert tunnels to democracy, let's turn our attention to ancient Greece, where the power of the people rested not in ballots or boxes, but in broken bits of pottery. That's right. Before modern voting machines and neatly printed ballots, the ancient Athenians cast their votes using shards of clay called ostraka. Sounds primitive, right? But the process was surprisingly organized. These little fragments weren't used to elect leaders, but rather to get rid of them. Ostracism, as it was known, was an early form of social quality control. If a citizen grew too powerful, too arrogant, or just rubbed enough people the wrong way, Athenians could vote to send them into exile for 10 years. No jail, no execution, just a decade-long timeout. Each voter would scratch the name of the person they wanted, ostracized onto a piece of broken pottery, recycled dishware, roof tiles, or anything clay-based. These were then collected and counted. If someone received enough votes, typically around 6,000, they were politely asked to leave the city. And while that might sound harsh, it was seen as a peaceful way to preserve democracy without bloodshed. You didn't have to commit a crime to be ostracized, just become a potential threat to the balance of power. It's a fascinating system when you think about it. Imagine if today's political system included a yearly public vote where citizens could just say, "We'd like you to take a break. No hard feelings. Just go hang out somewhere else for a while. No scandals, no trials, just pottery justice." And what's even more interesting is that archaeologists have found thousands of these ostraca, some with the same names etched over and over again, suggesting organized campaigns or even bulk-prepared ballots handed out to voters. Apparently, ancient mudslinging was alive and well. There's something oddly comforting in the idea that even thousands of years ago, people were trying to figure out how to keep their leaders in check, how to balance power, how to avoid tyranny, how to say, "You've had your turn," with just a few scratches on a pot. So next time someone tells you democracy is all about high-tech security and electronic votes, just remember, once upon a time, in the shadow of the Parthenon, the fate of politicians was decided with nothing more than a piece of broken dishware. Simple, effective, and a little bit savage, just the way the Athenians liked it. Let's follow those clay shards across the Aegean Sea to the island of Crete, home to one of the most advanced ancient civilizations you've probably never heard enough about, the Minoans. These folks weren't just busy painting frescoes and trading with Egypt. They were also revolutionizing the way people lived indoors. How, you ask? With plumbing. Not the kind of jumbled pipes you might find under a modern kitchen sink, but a surprisingly sophisticated system, complete with flowing water, drains, and yes, flushing toilets. Over 3,500 years ago. At the Palace of Knossos, the heart of Minoan civilization, archaeologists uncovered terracotta pipes running beneath the floors, transporting water for bathing, cleaning, and flushing waste away from private rooms. These weren't just ditches in the ground. They were well-designed systems with gradients, bends, and stone-lined basins. And while modern flush toilets wouldn't show up until much later, the Minoans were clearly way ahead of the hygiene curve. Their bathrooms had separate spaces for washing and waste, with running water that could be redirected or shut off. It's hard not to picture some wealthy Minoan lounging in a tiled bathing area while the Bronze Age world outside still struggled with chamber pots. But here's the kicker. These systems weren't just functional. They were elegant. Smooth-cut stone, well-planned layouts, and carefully crafted drains suggest that cleanliness wasn't just a convenience, it was a part of Minoan culture. Some historians even think their obsession with hygiene may have been linked to religious or ceremonial practices. The Minoans didn't build walls around their cities. They didn't glorify war. But they did build beautiful bathrooms, long before most cultures even considered what to do with waste other than toss it out the nearest window. It's just one of those strange, wonderful reminders that history doesn't always move in a straight line. Civilizations rise, fall, and sometimes flush. And next time you hear someone grumble about modern plumbing, just remember, the Minoans had it sorted 3,500 years ago, with no plastic pipes, no pressure valves, and certainly no plumber's bill. Just clever design, running water, and a touch of Bronze Age brilliance. If you thought love poetry was something invented by the Victorians, or maybe the result of too many high school English classes, think again. The oldest known love poem comes not from Shakespeare or Sappho, but from the ancient Sumerians, written on a clay tablet over 4,000 years ago. That's right, long before roses were red and violets were blue, someone in ancient Mesopotamia was putting their romantic feelings into words, pressing them carefully into wet clay with a stylus. The poem, known as the love song for Shusen, was likely composed as part of a sacred ritual and was meant to be sung by a bride to her king, Shusen, ruler of Sumer around 2000 BCE. It's intimate, lyrical, and surprisingly steamy, filled with metaphors involving sweet honey and ripe dates, if you catch the drift. Though originally part of a ceremonial rite known as the sacred marriage, where the king would symbolically marry a priestess to ensure fertility for the land, the poem itself reads more like a lovesick confession than a state ceremony, and it raises a fun question. Did people swoon over this? Were there clay tablet love notes being passed around in secret? Did someone write the Sumerian equivalent of "Do you like me?" Check yes or no. We may never know, but this artifact shows that the impulse to put love into words, awkward, poetic, or otherwise, isn't a modern invention. It also reminds us that ancient people, despite the monumental ziggurats and rigid laws, weren't all business. They were romantic, passionate, and just as human as we are. And unlike some love poems today, this one has truly stood the test of time, baked, buried, and rediscovered millennia later by archaeologists who probably didn't expect to stumble onto ancient relationship goals. So the next time you see someone writing a heartfelt message, or maybe overusing emojis in a text, just remember, somewhere in Sumer, 4,000 years ago, someone was already doing the same thing, with clay and a stylus. Love, it turns out, is one of history's oldest stories. Imagine clocking in for a long day of hauling limestone blocks under the blazing desert sun, and getting paid in beer. No, really. Some ancient Egyptian workers were compensated not with coins or goods, but with beer. And not just a symbolic sip or two either. Records from around 2500 BCE, especially during the construction of the pyramids, suggest laborers received up to 4 liters of beer per day as part of their wages. That might sound like a party, but in reality, beer was more than just a beverage. It was a staple of the Egyptian diet. Brewed thick and nutritious, it doubled as both drink and meal, packed with calories, and often safer to consume than water. It wasn't the crisp lager you're imagining either. This was a hearty, porridge-like brew made from partially baked barley bread, strained into a kind of soupy drink. It may not win any awards at a modern craft beer festival, but for the average Egyptian laborer, it was life-sustaining, refreshing, and probably just enough to take the edge off a day of stacking giant stone blocks. And while today we might raise an eyebrow at the idea of a government project fueled by beer, the Egyptians were nothing if not practical. Beer kept morale up energy steady, and workers coming back day after day. In fact, when crews didn't receive their rations, they went on strike, the first recorded labor strike in history. Their demand, more beer. It's a reminder that ancient economies weren't just about gold, grain, or livestock. They were built on what people actually needed. And in Egypt, that meant beer. Even children and the elderly drank a watered-down version daily. Temples had their own breweries, and beer was offered to the gods, buried with the dead, and celebrated in hymns. It was more than just a paycheck. It was culture, comfort, and currency all in one jug. So the next time someone raises a glass and toasts to hard work, remember, they're continuing a very old tradition, just maybe with a bit more foam and a bit less barley sludge. Ever wonder what a civilization chooses to leave behind when it wants to be remembered forever? In ancient Ethiopia, the answer was stone, massive, towering slabs of it. The stelae of Aksum, carved more than 1,600 years ago, weren't just memorials, they were engineering marvels. Some of these ancient monoliths stood over 70 feet tall and weighed hundreds of tons, yet each one was carved from a single piece of stone. No stacking, no support beams, just sheer rock, somehow cut, carved, and erected without modern tools or cranes. And they weren't plain either. Many were decorated with windows, doors, and architectural flourishes, like miniature skyscrapers carved to honor the dead. These stelae marked royal burial sites in the ancient kingdom of Aksum, which flourished from roughly the 1st to the 7th century CE, and once stood as one of the great powers of the ancient world, alongside Rome, Persia, and China. But unlike the pyramids or ziggurats, Aksumite stelae didn't house the dead inside. Instead, they stood as monuments above underground tombs, like stone billboards announcing the importance of whoever lay beneath. What's even more fascinating is that no one's entirely sure how they were erected. Some of the largest stelae ever carved were never successfully raised. One of them, known as the Great Stele, broke during installation and lies fractured on the ground, still enormous and intimidating even in its ruined state. And yet, other towering examples still stand tall to this day, defying time, erosion, and explanation. The precision with which they were carved, complete with false doors and floors to mimic multi-level buildings, suggests a deep understanding of symbolism and architecture. These weren't random rocks. They were messages in stone. They told the world, we were here, and we built something that would outlast us. So while other cultures wrote on papyrus or parchment, Aksum chose granite. It's hard not to respect the commitment. If you're going to leave a legacy, you might as well make sure it casts a shadow. Not all doors are meant to open, at least not for the living. In ancient Egypt, some tombs featured beautifully carved stone, false doors, etched right into the walls, and while they led nowhere in the physical sense, they served a very specific purpose: to let the spirits of the dead come and go. These weren't just decorative, these doors were spiritual gateways. Egyptians believed that the soul, or Ka, would continue to exist after death, and would need a way to move between the world of the living and the afterlife. So instead of using hinges and locks, they carved detailed doorways into the walls of tombs, complete with lintels, doorposts, and even bolts, as if a spirit might still want to make a polite entrance. Many of these doors were inscribed with the names and titles of the deceased, and sometimes included offering formulas, lists of items the spirit might like delivered to them in the afterlife: bread, beer, oxen, linen, and so on. Think of it like an eternal delivery list posted right by the door. You didn't have to knock, just leave the goods, and the spirit would do the rest. They believed that by writing down what they wanted, and giving the spirit a way in and out, the tomb would become a kind of permanent residence, not just a resting place. These carvings weren't thrown together either. Many were done with the same attention to detail seen in temple architecture: symmetrical, carefully proportioned, and always placed in the western wall of the tomb, symbolizing the setting sun and by extension, the journey into the afterlife. And while we might now see a stone slab with a carved arch and a blank panel, the Egyptians saw something far more alive. It was a passage, a threshold, a link between two worlds. If you've ever been in an Egyptian tomb, or even seen photos of one, you might notice how these doors give a sense of something unfinished, like they're waiting, or just quietly marking the spot where two realities touch, one of dust and one of eternity, all from a door that doesn't open, at least not for you and me. Before the Iron Age swept across the world, there were the Hittites, quietly working away in the highlands of Anatolia, doing something that, at the time, must have seemed almost magical, turning iron ore into usable metal. While much of the ancient world was still leaning on bronze for tools and weapons, the Hittites had already begun smelting iron by around 1500 BCE, several centuries before it became widespread elsewhere. Now, to be clear, they didn't invent iron itself. Nature gets credit for that. But they were among the first to figure out how to control the heat, process the ore, and actually make something useful from it. And that was no small thing. Iron has a much higher melting point than copper or tin, which means it takes more skill and more fire to shape it into tools or blades. But the Hittites managed it, and they kept it pretty close to the chest. For a while, ironworking was something of a state secret. It gave them an edge, sometimes literally, in warfare, agriculture, and trade. It's one of those subtle shifts in history that changed everything. Better plows meant more food, sharper weapons meant stronger armies, and rare metal meant valuable trade. Some scholars think the Hittite monopoly on iron helped boost their power across the region, and may have even helped shape early diplomacy, as rulers from neighboring lands wrote letters practically begging for iron goods. Eventually, of course, the knowledge spread, maybe through captured smiths, maybe through wandering traders, or maybe just because you can't keep a hot new technology a secret forever. But long before Iron Age became a label, the Hittites were already there, hammering, heating, and forging a future. And while their empire eventually crumbled, their contribution left a mark far deeper than anything written in stone. So next time you see an iron nail or a kitchen knife or anything that took a furnace to make, just remember, thousands of years ago up in the Anatolian hills, someone figured out how to pull metal from rock and turn it into something useful. It didn't make them gods, but it did make them pioneers, with soot on their hands and history on their side. If you've ever thought about what your home might look like in the afterlife, the Etruscans had you beat by about 2,500 years. Long before the Romans took center stage, the Etruscans were quietly thriving across central Italy, and they had some very particular ideas about how the dead should be treated. In their world, death wasn't just an ending, it was a continuation. And when it came time to bury someone, they didn't just dig a hole and toss in a few keepsakes. They built entire underground houses, real spaces, tombs designed to feel like home, with carved stone beds, chairs, door frames, and even cushions etched into the walls. Some even had painted walls mimicking everyday life, banquets, dances, musicians frozen mid-tune. It wasn't about morbid decoration. It was about comfort, about continuity. If you were going to journey into the next world, you might as well have familiar furniture when you got there. And honestly, who can blame them? The Etruscan necropolises, especially the ones at Cerveteri and Tarquinia, look less like graveyards and more like quiet subterranean neighborhoods. Row after row of tombs carved into soft volcanic rock, each one echoing the shape and layout of a family home. Walk through one, and you'll feel like you're visiting a ghost village built out of memory and limestone. What's fascinating is how this all speaks to how they viewed the afterlife. It wasn't some vague, misty realm. It was another version of life, just relocated. You didn't go alone either. Family tombs housed generations, with rooms for sons, daughters, grandparents. Some were buried with jewelry, tools, cooking pots, things that would still matter, even in death. And while we still don't fully understand their language, most of what we know about them comes through archaeology and what the Romans later wrote. The tombs speak clearly. They tell us that the Etruscans didn't just respect the dead, they welcomed them home. literally. It's a strangely heartwarming glimpse into a civilization often overshadowed by its more famous neighbors. So the next time someone tells you the ancient world was all about grand battles and big temples, remember the Etruscans, quietly carving armchairs out of stone for their ancestors, keeping the lights on in a way for whoever came next. Before we jump ahead to the Renaissance and start handing out credit to Da Vinci and Michelangelo, let's take a moment to appreciate the Maya scribes, artists who, over 1,000 years earlier, were already signing their names. That's right. Long before the modern concept of artistic credit became a thing, the Maya were casually inscribing their signatures onto pottery, murals, and carvings, letting the world, or at least the elite circles they worked for, know who was behind the brush or stylus. In Maya society, scribes weren't just passive decorators. They were revered professionals, educated in astronomy, mythology, history, and language, basically the human hard drives of their time. And when they created a piece, especially something commissioned by the nobility, it wasn't uncommon for them to leave their name. Usually small, usually tucked along the edge of a figure or hidden in the script, but unmistakably there. It's kind of heartwarming, really. In a world where so much ancient art is anonymous, here are these artists centuries ahead of their time whispering, "Hey, I made this." Some even included titles like Yajao Kak, meaning master of fire, or noted their role in court. It wasn't always about ego. It was documentation, pride, identity. They weren't painting just to be seen, but to be remembered. And it worked. Today, archaeologists and epigraphers have been able to identify some of these individuals across multiple sites. Their style, their handwriting, even their artistic quirks, they're becoming known again. And there's something quietly amazing about that. Reaching across time to recognize a specific human being behind a piece of ancient beauty. One mural fragment from Bonampak, for example, doesn't just show elaborate ceremony. It tells us who painted it, not in bold letters or gold leaf, but in quiet glyphs that took centuries to fully understand. These weren't just artisans, they were authors. Their paintbrushes were storytelling tools, and their pots, murals, and codices were media platforms long before anyone dreamed of galleries or viral posts. So the next time you walk past a museum case filled with Maya ceramics or gaze at a weathered temple wall, remember? Someone signed off on that work. Someone hunched over clay or limestone, maybe squinting in dim light, took the time to say, "This one's mine." Not for glory, not for fame, but simply so that maybe, just maybe, someone in the distant future would notice. And now, you just did. And while we're talking about ingenuity in unexpected places, let's head to the red rose city of Petra, a place so famously carved into cliffs that you might forget it had running water too. Hidden behind the beauty of those sandstone facades was a brilliant piece of engineering, a gravity-fed water system that wound its way through solid rock. That's right. Long before flush toilets or city plumbing became commonplace elsewhere, the Nabateans were guiding fresh water through mountains, valleys, and canyons, all using simple gravity and some very smart planning. Petra might look remote now, but back then, it was a bustling trade hub, a desert city that thrived in one of the driest places on Earth. So how did they keep it alive? By carving channels directly into the rock, lining them with ceramic pipes, and installing covered conduits to keep debris out. Water from distant springs and seasonal floods was stored in enormous cisterns and slowly distributed where needed. It's the kind of system that feels modern, deliberate, efficient, even sustainable. And all of it done with hand tools, geometry, and sheer determination. Some sections even had built-in settling basins to filter out sediment. Not bad for the 1st century BCE. The really wild part? Some of these channels are still visible today, snaking through the stone walls like veins. It wasn't just about survival, it was about control. Managing water meant managing life in the desert, and the Nabateans mastered that balance with quiet brilliance. Tourists today often marvel at the grandeur of Petra's tombs and temples, but the real miracle is that they could build such a thriving city at all. It's easy to imagine a caravan arriving dusty and tired, welcomed not just with shelter, but with fresh, cool water delivered by gravity alone. The system turned a harsh, arid environment into something livable, even luxurious. And in a way, that's what makes Petra so extraordinary. It wasn't just carved, it was planned. Not just a relic of the past, but a working city with plumbing and foresight. The kind of place that whispers its genius rather than shouting it. So next time you see a travel photo of Petra glowing in sunset light, just remember, while most people are staring at the treasury, the Nabateans were thinking about flow rate, pipe diameter, and how to keep a city hydrated using nothing but rock and slope. And somehow, they pulled it off. Let's move from desert stone and water engineering to something a little more symbolic, and a lot more ceremonial. In ancient Ireland, becoming king wasn't just a matter of bloodline or brute force. To rule properly, you had to be married to the land. Not metaphorically. Well, actually, yes, metaphorically, but still very seriously. A ritual known as Banais Rigi, or the wedding of kingship, required a king-to-be to go through an elaborate ceremony that symbolically joined him to the spirit of the land he would govern. The idea was simple, but powerful. The land was a living entity. And unless it accepted you as ruler, unless you respected and honored it, you didn't truly have the right to reign. The ritual varied depending on the region and period, but it often involved sacred oaths, symbolic acts of union, some more G-rated than others, and a formal declaration that the king would act as steward rather than master. The land provided fertility, crops, and prosperity. The king, in return, was expected to be just, balanced, and in harmony with the world around him. And if the crops failed or famine struck, that could be seen as a sign that the land no longer approved of its chosen partner. Some early tales even suggest that kings could be ritually dethroned, or worse, if the marriage between ruler and land soured. It was a political role laced with spiritual responsibility. And it wasn't just a rural legend tucked away in a forest clearing. These beliefs were central to how early Irish society understood power, legitimacy, and leadership. Sites like Tara, the ancient seat of the High Kings, weren't chosen at random. They were sacred landscapes where the veil between human and divine felt thin. Today, we're used to rulers being sworn in with handshakes and speeches, maybe a fancy dinner. But imagine if your local politician had to perform a symbolic wedding ceremony with the nearest hilltop just to take office. It might make politics a bit more entertaining, or maybe just a lot muddier. Either way, it shows how deeply ancient cultures tied identity, leadership, and the natural world together. The king didn't rule the land. He belonged to it. He was chosen by it. And through a ritual that may seem strange now, but made perfect sense then, he became one with the soil, the rivers, the stones, and the story of his people. It's odd, yes, but in its own poetic way, kind of beautiful. From symbolic royal weddings in misty Irish hills, we move to the battlefield tents and marble halls of ancient Rome, where doctors didn't have antiseptics or anesthesia, but they did have creativity, determination, and a surprisingly fragrant medicine cabinet. Treating wounds and pain in the Roman world wasn't just about brute force or herbal guesswork. Roman physicians, many trained in Greek traditions, developed remedies that blended the practical with the poetic. One of the most striking examples, a pain-relieving mixture that included opium, vinegar, and crushed rose petals. Yes, you heard that right. A bit of narcotic, a splash of acid, and a touch of floral beauty. Opium, harvested from poppies, has been used as a painkiller for thousands of years, and Roman doctors weren't shy about its benefits. It dulled pain during surgeries, soothed battle wounds, and helped calm patients with fevers or injuries too severe to treat. The vinegar? That was the ancient equivalent of an antiseptic. It was used to clean wounds, sterilize tools, and even as a mouthwash or skin treatment. And as for the crushed rose petals, well, those served a few purposes. They were believed to have mild anti-inflammatory properties, sure, but perhaps more importantly, they smelled far better than just about everything else in a Roman sick room. Think of it as early aromatherapy, one that doubled as wound care. It's a far cry from the sleek hospitals of today, but it worked surprisingly well in its time. Roman military doctors in particular became adept at battlefield care. They carried their own kits, set broken bones, stitched up gashes with thread and bronze needles, and used this fragrant concoction to dull the worst of it. And while they didn't know about bacteria, they did understand that some wounds healed better when cleaned, treated, and wrapped properly. Of course, not all Roman remedies were hits. Some involved more questionable ingredients, like powdered mouse skulls, goat dung, or wine-soaked herbs applied to everything from headaches to infected toes. But every so often, their instincts landed on something that not only soothed, but survived the test of time. Pain relief using opium? Still around. Vinegar as a cleaning agent? Still in your kitchen. Rose petals in health and skincare? Still popular. It goes to show, even without microscopes or modern chemistry, Roman doctors had an uncanny knack for putting together what worked. Their medicine may have lacked precision, but it made up for it with persistence, observation, and just a little bit of style. While Roman doctors were stirring up opium and rose petals on one side of the world, another group, thousands of miles away across deserts and mountains, was quietly running one of the most complex trade networks in ancient history. Ever heard of the Sogdians? If not, you're not alone, but they were basically the logistical geniuses of Central Asia. Long before the Silk Road became the romanticized, camel-laden highway we often imagine today, the Sogdians were already out there, mapping the paths, striking the deals, and speaking the languages it took to connect one empire to the next. Based in the region that's now parts of Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, the Sogdians weren't a massive military empire or a dominating kingdom. They were merchants, translators, and cultural middlemen. Their cities, like Samarkand and Bukhara, became hubs not just for goods, but for ideas. And we're not talking about local trade here. These folks were moving silk from China, glassware from Rome, spices from India, and even Buddhist texts between monasteries. If it could fit on a pack animal and survive the journey, the Sogdians found a way to get it where it needed to go. Their success wasn't just about having good camels. The Sogdians were polyglots who spoke multiple languages, including Sogdian, naturally, Chinese, Persian, and even a bit of Greek. They also adapted to every culture they encountered, blending into local customs while quietly keeping trade routes running. They didn't just carry goods. They carried news, stories, religions, and trends. They helped spread Buddhism into China, brought artistic styles westward, and kept the gears of long-distance trade turning even when empires rose and fell. Imagine them as the internet of their day, except instead of emails and posts, it was silks, scrolls, and spices moving from caravan to caravan. And while the Silk Road eventually got a lot more organized, it was the Sogdians who laid the groundwork. They built and maintained networks that required coordination, trust, and a deep understanding of the world around them, all without GPS, customs forms, or tracking numbers. Even their letters, discovered preserved in ancient archives, show a sophisticated awareness of everything from political tensions to weather patterns. So while you may not see their name carved into massive monuments or etched into history books as often as the Romans or Chinese dynasties, the Sogdians were a vital part of what made ancient globalization possible. They remind us that history isn't just built by conquerors and kings. It's also built by the people who move quietly in between, carrying the world on their backs, one dusty mile at a time. Let's take a moment to appreciate the fact that your alarm clock, your calendar, and even your microwave display are all, in some small way, brought to you by ancient Babylonian stargazers. Because yes, while you're checking the time for your next meeting or watching the seconds tick by on your phone, you're leaning on a system that was shaped thousands of years ago by people carefully charting stars in the Mesopotamian sky. The Babylonians were some of the earliest recorded astronomers, and they weren't just casually glancing upward. They were methodical, charting lunar phases, planetary motions, and celestial patterns on clay tablets with incredible detail. one of their most lasting contributions, dividing the day into 24 hours. Why 24? Well, the Babylonians loved the number 60. It was part of their base 60 sexagesimal counting system, which is why we still have 60 seconds in a minute and 60 minutes in an hour. It's actually a pretty clever system when you think about it. 60 is divisible by a whole bunch of numbers, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which makes it handy for breaking time into neat, manageable chunks. From that logic came the 12-hour day, 12-hour night split, adding up to a 24-hour full day. And yes, they worked this all out by watching the sky, tracking shadows, and applying a bit of math most of us would need a calculator to follow. It's kind of amazing that a civilization that built ziggurats and wrote in cuneiform also nailed down the same basic system of time that tells you when to clock in at work or boil pasta. They even used water clocks, basically fancy bowls with holes, to measure hours at night when sundials wouldn't work. These weren't just rough guesses either. Babylonian astronomers were able to predict eclipses, track Venus's position with near-obsessive precision, and develop early calendars based on both solar and lunar cycles. And they passed that knowledge on, first to the Greeks, then the Romans, and eventually, well, to your smartwatch. So next time you glance at the clock, just remember, the division of your day, the reason you celebrate a new year every 12 months, and even the concept of minutes and seconds, all trace back to some remarkably observant sky watchers in ancient Babylon. They weren't trying to control the future. They were just trying to understand it. One star, one shadow, one tick of the water clock at a time. Now let's transition from the stars to something a bit more down to earth, literally a pillar, but not just any pillar. Imagine an iron column that has stood in the open air for over 1,000 years and hasn't rusted away. Sounds impossible, right? And yet, that's exactly what you'll find in Delhi, India. The Iron Pillar of Delhi, located in the Qutb complex, is about 7 meters tall, weighs over 6 tons, and was likely constructed during the Gupta Empire, sometime around the 4th or 5th century CE. It's a stunning example of early Indian metallurgy, and more than that, it's a scientific mystery that's puzzled researchers for decades. Because while modern iron structures can crumble into flakes of rust in just a few years without proper treatment, this ancient pillar has survived monsoons, humidity, and pollution with barely a blemish. So what's the secret? Turns out it's not magic, though that's what some early observers believed. The real answer lies in the composition of the iron and the way it was smelted. The pillar contains a high amount of phosphorus and very little sulfur or manganese. Combined with Delhi's unique weather patterns, this helped form a thin, protective layer of iron hydrogen phosphate, a passive film that keeps oxygen and moisture from corroding the surface. Think of it like the pillar's own natural raincoat. But here's the kicker. This rust-resistant effect wasn't intentional. The ancient blacksmiths who forged it likely had no idea their ironworking methods would result in a corrosion-resistant masterpiece. They were just working with the materials and techniques they had. Charcoal-fired furnaces, hand-hammered blooms, and an intuitive sense of balance in their alloy mixtures. It's a reminder that sometimes innovation doesn't come from high-tech labs or scientific breakthroughs. It comes from craft, tradition, and a lot of hammering. The pillar even bears inscriptions in Sanskrit, including one that credits King Chandragupta II and praises the god Vishnu, which gives us both a cultural and historical timestamp for when it was erected. But despite all the study, there's still a quiet air of mystery about it. How did ancient metallurgists, without microscopes or modern chemistry, create something we still struggle to replicate perfectly today? It stands not just as a monument, but as a challenge to modern assumptions. So the next time you pass by a rusted gate or a weathered railing, think of the iron pillar, calmly standing in the open for 1,000 years, casually defying time and corrosion, one dry monsoon at a time. In this next fact, we'll trade metal for string, because in the high mountains of the Andes, the Inca Empire developed a way to record data without ever inventing a written alphabet. Instead, they used quipu, a system of knotted cords made from cotton or alpaca fiber that, at first glance, might look like nothing more than decorative tassels. But these weren't ornaments. They were information storage. Each quipu had a main cord with many smaller cords branching off, each tied with specific kinds of knots in precise locations. The position of a knot, the number of knots, and even the color of the string all carried meaning. Think of it like a spreadsheet, but woven, and with no need for ink or paper. The quipu could keep track of census data, agricultural inventories, tax obligations, and even historical events. It was accounting, storytelling, and administration, all rolled into a handful of thread. Now, most of the surviving quipus we found are numerical, recording quantities using a base 10 system. That alone is impressive, considering the Incas managed a vast empire, stretching over thousands of miles across rugged terrain, without wheels, currency, or writing in the traditional sense. But here's where it gets even more fascinating. Some researchers believe quipus may have been capable of storing phonetic or narrative content too. In other words, they might not have just been spreadsheets, they could have been books. The trouble is, we haven't cracked the code. Without a Rosetta Stone equivalent for quipu, modern scholars are still figuring out the deeper logic behind the system. It's like trying to read an old hard drive without knowing the operating system. Still, what we do understand shows us just how innovative the Inca were. In a world full of stone inscriptions, hieroglyphs, and clay tablets, the Inca looked at a bundle of strings and saw a whole administrative network. They didn't need scrolls to govern. They had knotted fibers that could travel quickly across the empire via runners, passed from one outpost to another through the elaborate Inca road system. And quipu weren't just used by number crunchers. Some were kept by village leaders. Others were sacred, handled only by trained specialists known as quipu kameyaks. These weren't casual crafts. They were essential tools for managing one of the largest pre-Columbian empires in the world. In a way, each quipu was a thread holding the fabric of an empire together, quiet, precise, and still not fully understood. We'll now stay on the topic of clever ancient engineering, but this time with a bit more steam involved. Picture this. You step into a public bathhouse in ancient Rome, expecting a warm soak, and beneath your feet is central heating. Well, sort of. The Romans invented a system called the hippocaust, which was essentially the ancient world's version of radiant floor heating. Here's how it worked. Floors were raised slightly on a grid of stone or concrete pillars, creating a hollow space underneath. Hot air from a furnace, called a prefernium, would be channeled into this space, heating the floors above it. In wealthier bathhouses or villas, the heat even traveled up through hollow tiles in the walls, turning the entire room into a cozy little oven. Not bad for a civilization that didn't have electricity, thermometers, or even chimneys in the modern sense. But the hippocaust wasn't just about comfort, it was a flex. It showed off Roman engineering, efficiency, and the empire's obsession with bathing culture. And Roman bathhouses weren't just for scrubbing off the day. They were community hubs. People came to socialize, debate politics, exercise, get massages, and yes, relax in perfectly heated rooms. There were typically three main areas: the frigidarium, cold room, tepidarium, warm room, and caldarium, hot room, and you could cycle through them like an ancient wellness retreat, all thanks to an underfloor fire system running silently beneath the tiles. The hippocaust was mainly reserved for public bathhouses and wealthy homes, not something the average Roman had in their apartment. But it still tells us a lot about what the Romans prioritized: cleanliness, leisure, and clever design. And while the idea of setting fire under your living room to warm the place might not catch on today, the principles behind hippocausts are still echoed in modern systems like underfloor heating and radiant heat panels. It's another quiet reminder that the ancient world wasn't just about battles and empires. It was about making life a little more comfortable, one warm tile at a time. Shifting gears from architecture to ancient society, here's something that might surprise you. Women in ancient Egypt had more legal rights than many women would enjoy again until modern times. We're talking thousands of years ago, and yet Egyptian women could own property, manage businesses, sign contracts, and even file for divorce. No permission needed. These weren't privileges reserved only for queens or elites either. Ordinary women could inherit land, sue in court, and pass down wealth independently. Compared to many other ancient civilizations, where women were often treated more like possessions than people, Egypt's system stands out as unusually progressive. In religious life, women weren't sidelined either. They could serve as priestesses in major temples, especially those devoted to powerful goddesses like Hathor and Isis. Some even reached the prestigious rank of God's wife of Amun, a title that came with significant ceremonial duties and real influence in temple economics and politics. And then, of course, there were the towering figures like Hatshepsut, who ruled as a pharaoh in her own right, complete with all the traditional regalia and monuments to match. Or Cleopatra, politically savvy and fluent in multiple languages, who managed to hold her own in the brutal high-stakes world of ancient Mediterranean politics. What's especially interesting is how the Egyptian legal system supported all of this. Women could appear in court, draft wills, and sign contracts using their own names. They weren't considered extensions of their husbands or fathers. They were individuals under the law. That's not to say ancient Egypt was a land of complete gender equality. Men still held many high offices, but it's clear that women had access to a degree of social and economic freedom that defies the stereotype of the ancient world being uniformly oppressive. It's one of those quiet details in history that gets overlooked, tucked behind the towering pyramids and famous pharaohs. But it tells us a lot about how nuanced the ancient world really was. Not every civilization followed the same rules, and sometimes a society, thousands of years in the past, managed to get a few things right that would take the rest of the world millennia to catch up to. Let's drift now from laws and courts to something a little more cryptic. Imagine walking into a temple carved into the side of a Greek mountain, the air thick with incense and mystery. You approach a priestess draped in flowing robes, seated above a stone fissure, her eyes distant and voice trembling with prophecy. This was the Oracle of Delphi, arguably the most famous spiritual figure in the ancient world. For centuries, kings and generals, merchants and wanderers climbed Mount Parnassus to ask her questions about everything from war to trade to marriage. But here's the strange part. Modern research suggests her trances might not have been purely divine. Beneath the ruins of the Temple of Apollo, geologists have discovered a fault line, one that could have released a mix of ethylene and methane gases right where the oracle sat. And inhaling those, well, they can induce euphoria, disorientation, and even hallucinations. In other words, the oracle might have been high, but not in the casual recreational sense. This was ritualized, respected, and wrapped in layers of cultural meaning. The fumes weren't just random, they were sacred. Even the name Pythia, used for the priestess, came from the mythic python said to guard the site before Apollo slew it. So what might have looked like divine madness was possibly a carefully maintained ritual, grounded in natural geology and social tradition. That doesn't mean it was fake, though. The power of belief and the seriousness with which the Greeks treated these prophecies was very real. Pilgrims waited months, even years, for their chance to pose a single question. Answers were often cryptic, delivered in poetic riddles that had to be interpreted by temple priests. You will go, you will return, never in war will you perish, could mean victory, or a very careful reminder to read punctuation. And yet, the oracle's influence was enormous. She reportedly warned against invading Persia, advised the founding of colonies, and even played a role in guiding key political alliances. All of it from a seat above a stone crack, breathing vapors from the earth. The idea that the divine might have had a little help from geology doesn't make the oracle less fascinating. It makes her even more so. After all, in a world without modern science, how would you interpret voices that seem to rise from the very ground beneath your feet? Maybe prophecy is just another word for listening carefully to the world around you, however strange it chooses to speak. Not all ancient innovations involved massive monuments or mysterious lost languages. Some were surprisingly personal, tucked into the corners of daily life. Take dental hygiene, for instance. While we often imagine ancient people with grimy teeth and little concern for cleanliness, the reality is a bit more nuanced. In fact, the ancient Egyptians had a surprisingly dedicated approach to oral care. And it wasn't just symbolic or ritualistic. They genuinely tried to keep their teeth clean. What they used might raise a few eyebrows today, but it worked. Their version of toothpaste wasn't a minty paste squeezed from a plastic tube. It was a powder, a dry, gritty mixture made from crushed eggshells, ground pumice stone, and sometimes bits of burnt animal hooves, myrrh, or salt. Not exactly something you'd want to taste, but it got the job done. The pumice gave it that essential abrasive quality, helping to scrape away food debris and plaque. The eggshells added calcium and additional grit, while the myrrh served an antibacterial purpose. Some of these ingredients even offered anti-inflammatory properties, which helped with sore gums. Was it comfortable? Not really. This wasn't a gentle scrub. It was more like sanding your molars. Archaeologists have examined the teeth of mummified Egyptians and found evidence of extreme wear, not from decay, but from years of brushing with something just a step above sandpaper. But what's important is that they were trying. They were paying attention to their health in ways we don't often give them credit for. Dental care in ancient Egypt wasn't just about hygiene. It was part of a broader cultural value placed on cleanliness and order. The Egyptians were famously meticulous about grooming and personal presentation. They shaved their heads, bathed daily, used cosmetics, and even wore scented cones of fat to keep themselves smelling pleasant during hot days. Clean teeth fit right in. Some burial sites have even revealed people interred with their dental tools, suggesting this routine was important enough to carry into the afterlife. And if that doesn't prove commitment to a routine, what does? There are even texts, early medical papyri, that reference remedies for toothaches and bad breath, indicating that dental discomfort was both common and treated with care. These weren't vague religious rituals either. They were practical, experience-based recipes passed down through generations. In a world without dentists or mouthwash, Egyptians figured out a way to protect their teeth, using what they had around them: stone, shells, minerals, and plant oils. It's one of those small facts that makes the ancient world feel unexpectedly familiar. People had the same concerns we do. They cared about how they looked, how they smelled, and yes, whether their breath was bearable. The next time you brush your teeth with your sleek electric toothbrush and your fluoride-enhanced peppermint-swirled paste, spare a thought for the Egyptians. Armed with a bit of pumice and eggshell powder, they were already on the case thousands of years ago. If you think checking the weather forecast before planning your weekend is a bit much, imagine making decisions about war, diplomacy, or agriculture based on the shape of the moon. Because in ancient Mesopotamia, that's exactly what happened. For thousands of years, Mesopotamian scholars, often priests or court-appointed astronomer-astrologers, watched the sky with meticulous care. And the moon? It was more than just a pretty light in the night. It was a signal, a guide, and sometimes a warning. They believed the heavens reflected the state of the world below, and any oddities up there, an eclipse, a strange shape, an unexpected shadow, could hint at trouble, prosperity, or the need to change course. Lunar omens were collected and cataloged in massive clay tablet libraries, forming early manuals for interpreting the moon's behavior. One such collection, the Enuma Anu Enlil, contains hundreds of entries, each offering guidance depending on the moon's phase, position, or appearance. Did a halo appear around it? That might mean invasion from the east. Was the crescent oddly tilted? A sign the king should avoid issuing decrees. They didn't just guess. These observations were recorded over generations, forming a kind of data-based superstition. And these interpretations were taken seriously. Kings delayed military campaigns, adjusted taxes, or postponed planting seasons based on what the moon had to say. It wasn't seen as mystical fluff. It was early science, wrapped in divination. And surprisingly, it worked more often than not. Watching lunar cycles helped predict tides, seasonal shifts, and even weather patterns, long before meteorology or modern astronomy came into play. They weren't just reacting to the moon, they were tracking it, studying it, and using it to build what we might now call risk assessments. In fact, some scholars argue that these ancient omen systems laid the groundwork for modern observational science. It's a bit poetic, really. Civilization rising between the Tigris and Euphrates, the world's first cities lit by torchlight, while scholars sat hunched over tablets and sky maps, reading the night like a newspaper. To them, the moon wasn't just a symbol, it was a tool, one that linked the heavens to harvests, politics, and peace. And even though we've since upgraded from clay tablets to digital models, the moon still holds a strange power over us. From farmers' almanacs to full moon superstitions, maybe we're not so different after all. Sometimes, all it takes is a glance at the night sky to feel like we're part of something much older than ourselves. Before there were cookbooks, before handwritten family recipes passed down through generations, there were clay tablets, and on one of those tablets, roughly 4,000 years ago, someone carefully etched what's considered the oldest known recipe in the world. What was it for? Beer. Of course it was. In ancient Mesopotamia, beer wasn't just a casual drink. It was a staple of life. Workers were paid in it, rituals included it, and even the gods were believed to enjoy it. This particular recipe, written in cuneiform script around 1800 BCE, gives us a glimpse into just how important beer was to everyday life. But don't expect detailed instructions like chill for 30 minutes and garnish with citrus. This was more about method than measurement. The tablet describes a process of fermenting bread made from barley, a kind of sourdough starter that would be soaked in water and left to bubble and brew. The result? A thick, porridge-like beer, probably low in alcohol but high in calories, and packed with nutrients. It wasn't sipped from mugs, it was slurped through long straws, often communally, from large ceramic jars. And yes, straws were a thing. The Sumerians even made ornate metal ones, sometimes shared at banquets and ceremonies. This was not just a drink, it was a social event. And for something so integral to society, the fact that they chose to write the recipe down at all says something about how deeply embedded beer was in their culture. Keep in mind, writing itself was still a fairly new concept back then. So what gets written early on? Not war stories, not love poems. Beer. It's a window into priorities, and apparently, getting the brew just right was high on the list. Interestingly, these early beers didn't have hops and weren't carbonated the way modern beers are, but they served a vital purpose. In a world where clean drinking water wasn't always guaranteed, fermented beverages like this helped reduce harmful bacteria and provided a safe, filling alternative. You could even call it the original meal replacement. Over time, brewing became more refined, and different regions developed their own techniques, but the Mesopotamians were among the first to turn it into both a craft and a science. So next time someone tells you they've perfected their home brew, just remember, they're following a tradition that goes back over 4 millennia. And while we may never know exactly how that ancient beer tasted, the idea that someone took the time to etch a recipe into stone tells us everything we need to know. They were proud of it. And maybe, just maybe, they were hoping someone far in the future would give it a try. And while Mesopotamian kings were busy watching the moon for omens, over in Iron Age Europe, the Celts were making statements of their own, not with the stars, but with something a little shinier. Ever seen a thick, twisted gold collar and thought, that looks like something a fantasy hero would wear? That's a torc, and the Celts were obsessed with them. These weren't just flashy necklaces. They were power, status, and mystery all coiled into a single loop of metal. Most were made of gold or bronze, and they weren't subtle. Thick, heavy, and beautifully crafted, torcs were often worn around the neck, and sometimes the arms or waist. The craftsmanship was stunning. Twists of metal that looked almost like rope, flaring terminals shaped like balls or animals, and designs so intricate that even modern jewelers are impressed. But here's the kicker. No one's totally sure what they meant. Some believe torcs marked out the elite, worn by tribal chieftains, warriors, or nobles to show off their status. Others think they had spiritual significance, perhaps even magical properties. After all, they're often found buried with people in what seem to be ritual contexts. And if you think they were just ceremonial, think again. Some warriors were buried wearing them, and Roman writers even describe Celtic fighters charging into battle wearing nothing but a torque and a whole lot of confidence. These weren't shy people. Some scholars suggest torques were also used to identify divine or priestly figures, possibly even linked to Druidic traditions. Their circular shape could symbolize eternity, or unity with nature, or who knows, maybe they just looked cool. But clearly, they mattered. What's really interesting is how widespread they were. Torques have been found from Britain to Spain to Central Europe, with different regions putting their own twist, literally, on the design. Some were solid gold and heavy enough to cause neck pain. Others were hollow or open-ended to make them easier to wear, and they weren't just worn by men. Female burials have turned up some of the most beautifully decorated examples, suggesting that status and symbolism weren't gender exclusive. The Romans were fascinated by torques too, so much so that Roman soldiers sometimes looted them from Celtic enemies and wore them as trophies. There's even a story of a Roman soldier earning the nickname Torquatus after defeating a Gaul and taking his torque in single combat. Over time, the tradition faded, but the allure of the torque never really disappeared. Today, you can find replicas in museums, in fantasy movies, and in the occasional bold fashion collection. So whether it was a badge of honor, a spiritual emblem, or ancient bling with attitude, one thing's clear. The Celts knew how to make a statement, and they did it with gold wrapped around their throats. So while the Celts were busy flexing their gold craftsmanship and making fashion statements that could stop a Roman in his tracks, elsewhere in the ancient world, something even more precise, and honestly, a little eye-watering, was happening. Did you know that over 2,000 years ago, Indian physicians were performing cataract surgery with curved needles? Yeah. Before anesthesia, before modern tools, and way before sterile operating rooms, ancient Indian surgeons were already fixing cloudy vision with techniques that sound both terrifying and genius at the same time. The earliest records of this come from a legendary physician named Sushruta, often called the father of surgery, whose teachings were compiled in the Sushruta Samhita, a Sanskrit medical text dating back to around 600 BCE. Among descriptions of herbal remedies, surgical techniques, and even cosmetic procedures, you'll find detailed instructions for removing cataracts. And it wasn't some vague ritual either. It was an actual, hands-on procedure. Here's how it worked. The physician would take a finely sharpened curved needle, known as a jabamuki salaka, and carefully insert it into the eye just beside the pupil. Then, with a steady hand and probably the calmness of a monk, they'd use the needle to dislodge the clouded lens and push it to the side of the eye chamber. Afterward, they'd let the patient recover and, if all went well, vision would return, at least partially. No lasers, no fancy microscopes, just steady hands and thousands of years of passed-down knowledge. Of course, the success rate wasn't always perfect. Sometimes things didn't go as planned because sharp needle, eyeball, no antibiotics. But when it worked, it was nothing short of life-changing. And what's amazing is that this method, called couching, was so effective that versions of it were used all the way into the 20th century in some parts of the world. The surgical skills in ancient India weren't limited to eyes either. Sushruta and his fellow practitioners knew how to set bones, stitch wounds, and even perform skin grafts. Their surgical kits included over 100 types of tools, made from stone, metal, and even tree bark. They also emphasized cleanliness, diet, and aftercare, principles that wouldn't become mainstream in the West for centuries. So while the idea of a sharp needle in the eye might make you cringe, it's also a reminder of just how advanced and brave ancient medicine really was. These weren't just early attempts at healing. They were sophisticated, methodical, and based on careful observation over generations. The fact that such procedures existed long before hospitals and modern science just goes to show. Some parts of ancient history really were way ahead of their time. And if you thought sticking a needle in someone's eye without anesthesia was gutsy, just wait until you hear what ancient Peruvians were doing with skulls. Ever heard of a civilization that not only reshaped skulls on purpose, but also performed brain surgery and had their patients survive? Enter the Paracas culture. Nestled along the southern coast of Peru, the Paracas people thrived around 800 BCE to 100 BCE, and let's just say, they weren't exactly squeamish. For starters, they practiced cranial deformation, which is exactly what it sounds like. From early childhood, a baby's head would be gently but persistently bound between wooden boards or wrapped tightly in cloth to mold the skull into an elongated, cone-like shape. And no, this wasn't some punishment, it was a cultural marker. A high, elongated forehead might have symbolized nobility, beauty, intelligence, or spiritual elevation. Think of it like ancient social branding, just with bones. But the head shaping wasn't the only thing they were doing up there. The Paracas also performed trepanation, which is the surgical act of removing a piece of the skull. Yes, literally cutting a hole in someone's head. Why? Well, we can't be totally sure, but the leading theories include relieving pressure from head injuries, like from combat or accidents, treating neurological issues, or possibly even releasing evil spirits. Because sometimes, ancient medicine was a fascinating mix of practical know-how and deeply held beliefs. What's truly remarkable is that many of these patients survived. We know this because the bone around the holes shows signs of healing, smooth edges, regrowth, even closure in some cases. That means the surgery was done carefully enough to not kill the person, and the aftercare was good enough to prevent infection, which is downright impressive considering they didn't have antibiotics or gloves. And remember, this is all centuries before modern medicine even existed. They used stone tools, likely obsidian blades, and possibly natural antiseptics made from local herbs. Some skulls even show evidence of multiple trepanations, meaning not only did people survive one, but sometimes went back for another. Whether these surgeries were performed by community healers, shamans, or specialized surgeons is still up for debate, but their skill is undeniable. And sure, the shaped skulls might look strange to us today, almost alien in fact, but to the Paracas, this was normal. It was tradition. It was identity. And the fact that they combined such cultural expression with practical surgery makes them one of the most medically intriguing ancient cultures we've ever discovered. So, while modern hospitals might boast robotic arms and laser scalpels, the Paracas were already making impressive strides, with bone knives, steady hands, and knowledge passed down long before anyone wore a white coat. From carefully reshaped skulls in ancient Peru to something a little more exposed, literally, let's take a detour to ancient Greece, where athletic competition came with an unexpected dress code. None at all. Did you know that in ancient Greece, athletes competed completely nude? Yep. No robes, no sandals, no modesty cloths. Just a lot of dedication and a whole lot of confidence. This wasn't some wild party trick either. It was a deeply rooted tradition, practiced for centuries, especially during events like the Olympic Games. Competing in the nude, or gymnos, was seen as a tribute to the gods, especially Zeus, and a way to celebrate the human form. The Greeks believed the male body was a thing of beauty, a symbol of strength, discipline, and harmony. So naturally, showing it off in peak physical form, sprinting, wrestling, discus throwing, was considered both respectful and sacred. Think of it like performance art, mixed with spiritual devotion and a dash of competitive ego. And yes, it was all male. Women weren't allowed to participate in the Olympics or even attend most of the games, though there were separate festivals, like the Heraean Games, held in their honor. But back to the fellas. Some even rubbed their bodies with olive oil before competing, not just for show, but to keep the skin supple and help regulate body temperature. Others claim it was to make the muscles pop in the sunlight. Either way, it added a certain gleam to the competition. The word gymnasium even comes from this practice, gymnasium, meaning a place to train naked. So next time you hit the gym, just remember it comes from a much more literal origin. Competing nude also leveled the playing field in a sense. No fancy gear, no armor, no shoes to give you an edge. It was just your body and your skill. And yes, that also meant things flopped, bounced, and generally went wherever physics decided. But the Greeks didn't mind. They embraced it. In fact, statues and artwork from the time are filled with idealized, muscular athletes frozen in mid-action, glorifying the raw, physical human form. Some scholars even think that the practice may have been inspired by a legendary athlete who lost his clothes mid-run but went on to win the race, proving that less might actually be more. Whether that's true or just a well-oiled myth, the result was the same. Nude athletics became a tradition that stuck. So while today's sportswear is all about advanced fabrics and aerodynamics, ancient Greek athletes opted for a more minimalist approach. Not for comfort, not for fashion, but as an offering to the gods and a celebration of the human body in motion. And honestly, you've got to respect that kind of commitment. And while Greek athletes were busy oiling up and chasing glory in the nude halfway across the world, the ancient Chinese were asking a different kind of question. One that had nothing to do with speed or strength and everything to do with direction. Ever wondered where the compass actually came from? Turns out, it wasn't made for sailing ships or lost hikers. The very first known use of a compass was in ancient China during the Han Dynasty, over 2,000 years ago, and it wasn't used to find north, at least not in the way we think of it today. Back then, the earliest compasses were used for divination. That's right. Before it was a tool for navigation, it was basically a spiritual GPS, designed to read the energies of the earth. The ancient Chinese believed that harmony came from understanding and aligning with natural forces, QI, or life energy, being one of them. So, they created a device called a south-pointing spoon, a flat bronze plate with markings, and a spoon-shaped magnet made of lodestone. The spoon would spin until its handle pointed south, and from there, sages could interpret the balance of cosmic forces, often using it in practices like feng shui, or to determine the ideal site for a burial or a home. Not exactly a map to buried treasure, but definitely a guide to spiritual balance. Over time, as the properties of magnetism became better understood, the compass evolved from a mystical object into something a bit more practical. By the Song Dynasty, it had shifted from temple to trade ship, eventually guiding Chinese sailors across rivers and then oceans. But that original purpose? Still fascinating. The idea that people were using the Earth's magnetic field to make decisions centuries before they'd even heard the word magnetism is kind of mind-blowing. And it's worth noting that the Han Dynasty was no small moment in history. They were innovators in medicine, astronomy, metallurgy, and clearly early physics. Their version of the compass was simple, but shockingly accurate. They may not have had GPS, but they definitely knew which way the universe was leaning. So, the next time you open your phone and tap on a map, just remember, the technology that keeps you from getting lost was once used to help ancient sages decide where to put your grandma's tomb or which direction your house should face. Because in ancient China, finding your way wasn't just about geography, it was about balance, energy, and living in sync with the invisible forces that shape everything around us. And honestly, that's a pretty solid sense of direction. While ancient inventors in China were quietly shaping the future with magnetic spoons, Egyptian scribes were already shaping society with nothing more than ink, reed, and an incredible memory. Did you know that in ancient Egypt, being a scribe wasn't just a profession? It was a mark of elite status? These weren't your average note-takers. Scribes were part of a rare literate class who held the keys to administration, history, and ritual. In a world where most people couldn't read or write, they became essential to the smooth running of temples, courts, and the government itself. What made them stand out wasn't just their knowledge, it was also their gear. A scribe's toolkit usually included a wooden palette with 2 slots for ink, black and red, and a set of carefully cut reed pens. These palettes were more than practical. They were status symbols, sometimes inscribed with the scribe's name or decorated with hieroglyphs. It was the ancient equivalent of a briefcase, a business card, and a badge of honor all in one. They often wore them tucked into their belts, ready to write the moment duty called. Training for this life began early. Some started as young as 5, learning the complex scripts of hieroglyphs and hieratic shorthand. And once trained, they could serve in a huge range of roles, from temple record keepers to royal archivists. They were the ones who documented taxes, prayers, inventories, legal proceedings, even literature and satire. If it was worth remembering, a scribe wrote it down. And what's truly impressive is how advanced their tools were. The black ink came from soot mixed with water. The red from ochre, each color used with specific intent, like red for headers or corrections. Their pens were simple reeds, but in the right hands, they could shape laws, myths, and dynastic memory. Scribes weren't just recorders, they were interpreters, storytellers, and administrators rolled into one. And while warriors might have held the swords, scribes held the scrolls. And history tends to remember whoever wrote the scrolls. Their tools may seem humble today, but they represented a kind of intellectual power that few in their society could even comprehend. If you ever catch yourself thinking that writing is just a basic skill, consider this. In ancient Egypt, it was revered enough to earn you a front row seat beside kings. Just as ancient Egypt was elevating the written word, across the subcontinent, another civilization was making waves, quite literally, with something far more essential: water. In the ancient city of Dolavira, they had reservoirs that could store up to 250,000 gallons of water. That's not futuristic planning, it's 4,000-year-old brilliance. Nestled in the arid region of what's now Gujarat, India, Dolavira was one of the crown jewels of the Indus Valley civilization. And while many ancient cities are remembered for their temples or monuments, Dolavira is remembered for something far more practical: its water engineering. In a land where rainfall was rare and rivers could vanish in dry seasons, the people of Dolavira didn't wait for luck. They built a system that worked with the environment. Using stone masonry and clever design, they constructed a network of stepwells, tanks, and interconnected reservoirs to collect, store, and manage every drop of available water. Some of these structures were so large they could hold 250,000 gallons, enough to keep an entire city hydrated through long, dry spells. But this wasn't just about stockpiling water. The placement of the reservoirs, the gradient of the slopes, and the inclusion of filtration channels all point to a deep understanding of both hydrology and urban planning. Water from seasonal streams was directed into holding tanks. Rainwater was collected from rooftops and open spaces, and waste was carefully diverted away to avoid contamination. It was efficient, sustainable, and incredibly advanced for its time. And this wasn't a one-off feature. The entire city of Dolavira was designed with water in mind. Residential areas, ceremonial spaces, and public buildings were all laid out in harmony with the hydrological system. Even the city's fortifications factored in flood control. While other civilizations were building skyward, Dolavira was digging deep, literally, to secure its most precious resource. And what's remarkable is how forward-thinking it all was. These weren't just temporary solutions. They were designed to last generations. The builders understood their climate, respected its challenges, and responded with quiet genius. It's a reminder that greatness in ancient history doesn't always come from grand displays or dramatic events. Sometimes, it shows up in the form of a stone-lined reservoir that never ran dry. In a world where water scarcity is still a global concern, Dolavira stands as proof that sustainable living isn't a modern invention. It's an ancient idea, executed with precision, patience, and purpose. And maybe, just maybe, we've got a few things to relearn from the past. And just as the ancient engineers of Dolavira were quietly perfecting the art of water storage, in a much colder part of the world, a completely different civilization was earning a much louder and slightly less accurate reputation, thanks in part to some very imaginative costume designers. You've probably seen it before: the classic Viking helmet, big, bulky, and topped with horns. But here's the truth. Vikings never wore horned helmets. Not in battle, not in ceremony, not ever. It's one of the most persistent myths in popular history, and it's been around for so long that it almost feels true. But if you showed up to a real Viking raid with horns on your head, you'd probably be laughed back onto the boat. The reality is that Viking helmets were practical. Most were made of iron or leather, designed to protect the head without weighing it down. They had rounded tops, often with a nose guard, but no horns. Horns, after all, are kind of impractical when you're trying to swing an axe or squeeze through a narrow ship hatch. But that's not to say they were boring. Some Viking helmets did feature decorations. A few had elegant patterns etched into the metal, and some ceremonial ones may have included brow ridges, animal motifs, or even precious metal inlays. But still, no horns. So where did the horned helmet idea come from? Blame the 19th century. During the Romantic era, artists and opera set designers, looking at you, Wagner, started depicting Vikings with dramatic horned helmets to make them look more fierce and mythical. It stuck, because let's be honest, it does look epic. But historically, it's pure fiction. The only ancient cultures known to wear horned helmets were from entirely different regions and much earlier periods, like the Bronze Age Celts or certain tribes in the Near East, and even then, they were likely for ritual use, not combat. Vikings were many things: sailors, explorers, traders, warriors, but they were also deeply practical. Their armor reflected that. If they added flair to their gear, it was subtle. Maybe a finely carved axe handle, a brooch shaped like a serpent, or detailed embroidery on a cloak. The whole horned helmet image is just one of those modern inventions that caught on because it looked cool, not because it ever happened. So while the real Viking helmets may not look as theatrical as the ones on TV, they're a fascinating example of how a simple, well-designed piece of gear helped one of history's most legendary groups conquer, trade, and travel across half the known world. And once you see the myth for what it is, the truth becomes even more interesting, because it turns out the Vikings didn't need horns to be terrifying. They managed just fine with a shield in one hand and a sharp blade in the other. Viking myths might have been more bark than bite when it came to their headgear, but over in the Roman Empire, things were moving, literally, with precision that would make a modern logistics manager proud. Here's something impressive. The ancient Romans had a postal system that stretched across the empire, with relay stations placed every 10 miles, each stocked with fresh horses ready to go. It was called the cursus publicus, and it wasn't just some dusty message boy setup. It was a high-speed, state-backed courier network built to keep one of the largest empires in history connected and informed. These relay points, known as mutationes, were the beating heart of the system. Couriers would gallop into a station, hop off their exhausted horse, and leap onto a fresh one, barely pausing before setting off again. Every 10 miles or so, they'd repeat the process, covering incredible distances in surprisingly short time frames. And if the journey was particularly long or important, they'd make use of mansiones, larger stations that offered food, beds, and sometimes even blacksmiths for repairs. This system allowed official documents, military orders, and urgent news to travel hundreds of miles with remarkable speed, crucial for managing a sprawling empire that stretched from Britain to North Africa to the Middle East. The whole operation was tightly controlled. You couldn't just waltz up and use it for your cousin's wedding invite. Only people with an official diploma, a government permit, were allowed to send messages or ride the relay horses. It was a closed network, built for efficiency and control, and it reflected Rome's broader obsession with infrastructure and order. And of course, this wasn't happening in isolation. The Roman roads themselves, meticulously paved and famously straight, were part of the system too. They made movement smoother and faster, and their durability was so impressive that some are still used today. Together, the roads and postal relays turned what could have been a fragmented sprawl of territories into something far more unified. It wasn't just about moving people or letters. It was about maintaining power, stability, and a shared sense of Roman identity. And honestly, it worked. Messages that would have taken weeks by foot arrived in days, sometimes less, all thanks to a well-fed horse and a clever bit of planning. In a way, it's a reminder that innovation isn't always about gadgets or screens. Sometimes, it's just about understanding how to move things from point A to point B really, really well. And in that regard, the Romans were absolute pros. Fast horses and stone roads weren't the only way ancient messages zipped across the landscape. Sometimes, all you needed was a clear view, a bit of fire, and a system clever enough to outsmart distance. Long before email, carrier pigeons, or shouting across valleys, the ancient Greeks developed a method of communication that used fire signals to transmit complex messages, known as the Pyrrhic method. This wasn't just a basic yes or no smoke signal system. It was an early form of coded messaging, allowing entire phrases or instructions to be sent between distant locations using coordinated torches and a shared understanding of the code. Think of it as the ancient world's version of a light-based telegraph, just with a lot more wood and a lot less margin for error. The method was named after the engineer Cleoxenes and the general Democritus, not Pyrrhus, confusingly, and it relied on a grid-like code system. Essentially, operators stood on distant mountaintops or high towers, each holding a set of torches. One set of torches indicated the row of a letter in a grid, and another set indicated the column. By lighting combinations of torches in a specific order, the receiver on the next hill could decode each letter being sent, gradually piecing together the entire message. Of course, this required two very important things: a clear line of sight and good weather. Clouds, fog, or even a slightly impatient breeze could scramble the message faster than you could say, oops. But when it worked, it was remarkably efficient, far faster than sending a runner or relying on horseback. This system wasn't used for casual gossip. It was serious business, often deployed in times of war to coordinate troop movements, warn of approaching enemies, or pass on urgent commands. And because the code was structured and agreed upon beforehand, the chances of miscommunication, at least on a clear night, were surprisingly low. What's even more fascinating is how much brain power it took on both ends. The senders had to time and display the torch signals correctly, and the receivers had to be quick enough to decode the grid and write down the letters in sequence, kind of like ancient stenographers, but with torches instead of keyboards. It's a reminder that intelligence and innovation didn't always look like massive buildings or shiny inventions. Sometimes, it looked like two figures standing miles apart, communicating silently across the darkness with nothing but fire and focus. It may not sound flashy today, but for its time, it was cutting edge, proving once again that when people really need to get a message across, they'll find a way, even if it means turning a mountaintop into a glowing, flickering version of Morse code. From torch codes flickering across mountaintops to the cold silence of the steppe, some ancient cultures didn't just send messages in life. They made sure their legacy blazed on after death. Here's a wild one. The ancient Scythians, nomadic warriors of the Eurasian steppe, preserved their dead in frozen tombs packed with gold, weapons, and cannabis. Yes, you read that right. These weren't just burials. They were bold, icy time capsules. The Scythians lived fast and died memorably, roaming the windswept grasslands from around 900 BCE to 200 BCE. They were fierce, horse-riding warriors known to the Greeks as untamed and terrifying, but they were also deeply ritualistic when it came to death. Their elite, chieftains, nobles, warriors, were buried in elaborate kurgans, large earthen mounds, under which chambers were carved into the permafrost. And thanks to the frozen conditions, many of these burial sites remained astonishingly well preserved for thousands of years. Inside, archaeologists have found gold jewelry and finely crafted ornaments, intricate tattoos on mummified skin, weaponry worthy of a myth, and yes, even leather pouches of preserved cannabis. It's believed that the Scythians used the cannabis during funerary rituals, likely burning it in small tents or chambers to create a smoky haze that may have been both spiritual and, let's say, recreational. Herodotus even wrote about this, describing how the Scythians would inhale the vapors and shout for joy during funeral ceremonies. So if you're imagining a warrior send-off involving gold swords and a hotbox, you're actually not far off. But these tombs weren't just for show. They reflected status, belief, and legacy. Horses were often buried alongside their owners, sometimes in full decorative gear, suggesting the journey to the afterlife wasn't one to be made on foot. And the gold? It wasn't just treasure. It was storytelling. Many of the golden items found were symbolic, featuring stags, griffins, and scenes of combat or ritual, crafted with stunning detail. They weren't just burial goods, they were statements. The Scythians may not have left behind stone cities or great monuments, but their frozen tombs speak volumes. They tell us about a people who blended fearsome combat with deeply spiritual traditions, who revered their dead not with quiet mourning, but with spectacle, smoke, and silver blades. And in a way, their methods worked, because thousands of years later, those tombs still whisper stories from beneath the frost. In the end, the Scythians remind us that memory isn't just carved in stone. It can be packed in ice, wrapped in furs, sealed with gold, and preserved with a little herbal help from the afterlife. If the Scythians taught us anything, it's that preserving the past takes creativity. But halfway across the world, high in the Andes, ancient cultures were using that same principle not for warriors, but for potatoes. Believe it or not, thousands of years ago, Andean civilizations had already mastered a technique we now call freeze-drying, and they used it to preserve potatoes in a form known as chuño. This wasn't some quirky food experiment. It was a survival tactic honed to perfection in one of the most rugged environments on Earth. Up in the Andes, where daytime heat swings to below freezing nights in a blink, the locals turned their extreme climate into a natural food processor. They'd take freshly harvested potatoes and leave them outside overnight to freeze in the thin mountain air. Then, during the day, they'd come back and stomp on them. Yes, literally stomping, to squeeze out the moisture. This freeze-press-thaw routine would go on for several days until the potatoes were reduced to lightweight, dehydrated little nuggets that could last for years without spoiling. And it worked. Chuño was so efficient that entire societies relied on it. The Inca, for example, stored massive quantities of chuño in their state-run granaries, knowing it could feed armies, travelers, or remote villages through harsh winters or failed harvests. It was light to carry, nearly impossible to spoil, and could be rehydrated into stews, soups, or eaten on the go. Think of it as the original backpacker's food, nutritious, shelf-stable, and completely sustainable. Even better, making chuño didn't require any special equipment, just patience and a pair of tough feet. And while the freeze-drying might sound futuristic, the Andean people were casually doing it long before modern science caught on. It's one of the earliest known examples of humans manipulating their environment so cleverly that they basically invented space food without realizing it. But chuño wasn't just about practicality, it also held cultural value. It became a staple in religious offerings, communal meals, and local economies. Generations passed down the method, and even today, you can still find chuño in Andean markets, looking almost exactly like it did 1,000 years ago. It's earthy, slightly funky, and deeply tied to ancestral identity. This kind of preservation technique wasn't flashy, but it was brilliant. It showed a deep understanding of both the land and the needs of the people. And it's a quiet reminder that food innovation didn't start with blenders and biolabs. It started with hands, weather, and wisdom passed down one chilly night at a time. The fact that a potato can outlive a war, a drought, or even an empire? Now that's legendary. As the Andean highlanders were perfecting the art of preserving potatoes, over in the fertile plains between the Tigris and Euphrates, another kind of innovation was quietly reshaping how people lived, not in the kitchen, but on the streets. It might sound surprising, but some early Mesopotamian cities had zoning laws, building codes, and even official records of property disputes, basically, the ancient world's version of urban planning bureaucracy. That's right. Thousands of years ago, While many parts of the world were still figuring out farming, cities like Ur and Nippur were already regulating where you could build your house, where livestock were allowed, and whether your new courtyard extension was blocking your neighbor's light. Clay tablets uncovered from this region contain detailed cuneiform inscriptions about land ownership, building boundaries, and legal complaints, some of which sound oddly familiar today. My neighbor's wall collapsed onto my garden. They built too close to my property line. Someone moved my boundary stone. Replace clay with email, and it could be a modern HOA meeting. These records weren't just scattered complaints, they were part of an established legal framework. The Code of Hammurabi, written around 1750 BCE, laid out very specific rules about land use, including penalties for builders whose work caused structural damage to another's property. There were consequences for shoddy construction, disputes over irrigation canals, and fines for trespassing, suggesting these cities weren't just growing organically, but under a watchful eye that wanted order and fairness, and maybe a little peace and quiet. Archaeological evidence shows that certain areas of Mesopotamian cities were clearly designated for specific functions: residential zones, religious centers, commercial districts, and administrative hubs. The layout wasn't random, it was intentional. Some cities even had designated streets and alleys to control foot traffic and market activity. And the people in charge of maintaining this order? Local scribes and officials, of course, armed with reed pens, clay tablets, and a healthy dose of neighborhood drama. These zoning practices helped cities function smoothly, especially as populations grew and conflicts inevitably arose. After all, when you pack a lot of people into tight quarters with shared walls, shared wells, and very little personal space, you're going to need rules. The fact that these ancient civilizations recognized the need to balance personal freedom with collective order is not only impressive, it's oddly relatable. Because as much as we like to think of zoning laws and property disputes as modern headaches, it turns out our ancestors were navigating the same issues, just with more dust and fewer building permits. So the next time you hear about someone fighting City Hall over a fence or a driveway extension, just remember, it's a tradition that's been going strong since mud bricks and ox carts. After sorting out ancient property lines and zoning disputes, it's easy to imagine Mesopotamians grumbling about their neighbors, but if they'd taken a peek westward a few centuries later, they might have been stunned. Not by a legal tablet, but by a door that opened by itself. Sounds like science fiction, but in the 1st century CE, the ancient Greeks were already building automatic doors powered by steam. That's right. Long before electricity or motion sensors, engineers like Hero of Alexandria were using clever hydraulics and a bit of heat to open temple doors, with what must have seemed like literal magic. Hero, a mathematician and inventor with a flair for the dramatic design systems that use steam pressure to move water or air through pipes and into sealed chambers. As the pressure built up, it would push or pull counterweights or pulleys connected to the door. The result? A grand set of doors slowly swinging open, seemingly on their own, as if the gods themselves had decided to make an entrance. These doors were often installed in temples, and let's be honest, the effect must have been divine. You can picture the scene. A priest lights a fire beneath a sealed container, chants some sacred words, and suddenly the massive bronze doors creak open without anyone touching them. For the average temple goer, it was pure sorcery. For Hero, it was just physics. And the automatic door was only one of many inventions he came up with. His work also included early designs for vending machines, wind-powered organs, and even a primitive steam engine known as the Aeolipoli. While none of these inventions kickstarted an industrial revolution, society just wasn't structured that way yet, they did show just how imaginative and technically skilled ancient engineers could be. Hero's devices were mostly used for religious spectacle or theatrical demonstrations rather than everyday convenience, but they prove that the idea of harnessing natural forces to automate tasks was already alive and well. It's kind of amazing to think that while the average person today is just mildly annoyed when the grocery store doors don't open fast enough, the Greeks had figured out the mechanics behind that same concept nearly 2,000 years ago, with nothing more than fire, steam, and an excellent grasp of pressure dynamics. These inventions didn't change the world overnight, but they left behind a legacy of curiosity and ingenuity that still echoes through time. Because at the heart of it all was a simple question. What if things could move without us moving them? And thanks to minds like heroes, they did. Just when you think ancient engineers couldn't possibly get more ahead of their time, after all, automatic doors powered by steam is a tough act to follow, another civilization steps in with a telescope-free masterclass in astronomy. Believe it or not, the ancient Maya were building observatories perfectly aligned with the stars, planets, and solstices, long before telescopes were even a concept. High in the jungles of Mesoamerica, the Maya weren't just carving temples or charting their kings' bloodlines. They were watching the sky with a level of detail that still impresses astronomers today. And they didn't do it by accident. Structures like El Caracol, a rounded tower in the ruins of Chichen Itza, weren't built for looks. The windows and sightlines of these observatories were meticulously placed to track celestial movements, especially those of Venus, the Sun, and the Moon. These weren't vague guesses either. The Maya knew that Venus had a cycle of about 584 days, and they used this knowledge to plan everything from agriculture to warfare. Eclipses, solstices, equinoxes. They tracked it all, embedding the rhythms of the cosmos into their architecture. And while they didn't have lenses or fancy instruments, they didn't really need them. By combining a deep understanding of cycles with careful observation, they could predict astronomical events with eerie accuracy. Their buildings acted like massive calendars, turning entire cities into tools for stargazing. Some temples even aligned with the sunrise or sunset on exact days of the year, casting shadows that danced across stone carvings like cosmic clock hands ticking off the seasons. And it wasn't just about science, it was spiritual too. To the Maya, celestial events weren't just natural phenomena. They were divine messages, signs from the gods that guided decisions about planting, rituals, even the timing of wars. The stars weren't just pretty lights, they were part of a giant cosmic script, and the Maya knew how to read it. What's more, this wasn't the obsession of a single priest or king. It was a cultural priority. Astronomer priests were among the most respected members of society, trusted to interpret the heavens and keep time itself in balance. Their knowledge filled thousands of codices, most of which were sadly lost, and their legacy lives on in the intricate Mayan calendar systems, some of which are still being decoded today. It's humbling to realize that while many civilizations were still figuring out basic timekeeping, the Maya were tuning into the cosmos with temples that doubled as celestial observatories. They didn't just look at the stars, they built their world around them. While the Maya were busy aligning temples with stars and scripting cosmic calendars in stone, in another part of the ancient world, a different kind of brilliance was bubbling away, not in observatories, but in clay pots over open flames. Long before Roman bathhouses became the poster child for cleanliness, the ancient Syrians were already making soap by boiling animal fats with ashes and water. It's one of those quietly revolutionary things that rarely gets the spotlight, but without it, let's be honest, history would have smelled a whole lot worse. This early soap-making process dates back to at least 2800 BCE, and it was simple, clever, and surprisingly effective. When animal fat, like tallow, is mixed with wood ash and water, a chemical reaction occurs, something modern science calls saponification. The end result? A soft, gritty substance that could be used for cleaning textiles, washing skin, and in time, even medicine. The ancient Syrians may not have known the chemistry behind it, but they knew it worked, and that was enough. They stored the mixture in clay jars, used it in homes and temples, and even traded it, spreading their practical know-how through the region. And they were doing all this centuries before the Romans came along with their marble tubs and perfumed oils. It turns out, Syria's city of Aleppo would go on to become famous for its olive oil-based soap, but the roots of that soapy legacy stretch way back to these early concoctions. This wasn't just about staying clean, it was about ritual, healing, and trade. Cleanliness held cultural and sometimes spiritual significance, especially in regions where purity and hygiene were closely tied to religious practice. And while the Romans certainly refined the art of bathing into a social event, it was the Syrians who had figured out the actual soap part first. The ingredients were humble, just leftover animal fat, and the residue from burned plants or wood. But together, they formed one of the most quietly transformative inventions in human history. Imagine a time before germ theory, before running water, before commercial cleaning products, and now imagine discovering that this odd, pasty stuff you cooked up could actually strip grime off your skin and make fabric feel fresh again. That's not just clever. That's civilization level clever. And the best part, they didn't keep it to themselves. Over time, knowledge of soap making spread across the ancient world, evolving into regional variants, from olive oil-based soaps to scented versions made with herbs and flowers. But at its core, it all started with a bubbling pot in ancient Syria, where someone had the idea to mix fire's leftovers with fat and came out cleaner on the other side. It's a reminder that some of the most important inventions in history didn't sparkle or shine, they lathered. From soap bubbling in Syrian clay pots to the sacred names whispered into cradles, the ancient world had countless ways of connecting daily life to the divine, and in Carthage, that connection was personal. In the ancient city of Carthage, some children were quite literally named after the gods, as a kind of living offering, a gesture of devotion woven into their very identity. Rather than building temples or burning incense alone, some families took their religious devotion a step further by naming their children in direct honor of the deities they worshipped. This wasn't just about admiration, it was about protection, favor, and sometimes even bargaining. The names weren't vague nods either. They often included the names of specific gods like Baal or Tanit, two of the most important deities in Carthaginian religion. A name might translate to something like Baal has given or Tanit is gracious, embedding the child's existence into the divine narrative. It was a deeply symbolic act, a way of saying, this life belongs to the gods, and we trust them to watch over it. In a world where life was unpredictable and infant mortality was tragically high, naming a child after a god was also a hopeful move, maybe even a little bit of insurance. It suggested that the gods had a stake in that child's fate. If they bore the god's name, perhaps they'd also carry the god's protection. And while this sounds poetic, it also had a practical function. Names served as public statements of faith. When someone introduced themselves, their name wasn't just, "Hi, I'm Sam." It was, "Hi, I'm a walking declaration of my parents' devotion to Baal." In a city like Carthage, where religion was deeply entwined with politics and daily life, this meant something. It placed families within a spiritual and cultural network, signaling who they were aligned with and what divine forces they hoped to stay on good terms with. It's also a fascinating contrast to many modern naming traditions, which tend to focus more on uniqueness, sound, or family heritage. In Carthage, a name wasn't just an identity, it was a sacred contract. Interestingly, archaeological finds, including inscriptions and burial urns, have confirmed this practice, showing just how widespread and culturally significant it was. It also adds another layer of complexity to how we understand Carthaginian society, not just as warriors or traders, but as people deeply immersed in a belief system that touched even the smallest, most tender parts of life. So while their ships sailed the Mediterranean and their generals clashed with Rome, back at home, Carthaginian parents were entrusting their hopes, fears, and futures to the gods, one name at a time. In the next fact, we now step into a world where childhood wasn't quite so gentle, where names didn't bring comfort, but training brought scars, and the only offering was your ability to stay silent while suffering. In ancient Sparta, boys as young as 7 were taken from their families and thrust into a brutal state-run education system designed to teach one thing above all else: how to endure pain without making a sound. This system was called the agoge, and it was the Spartan answer to childhood. While most kids elsewhere were learning to read, help with chores, or maybe sneak a snack before dinner, Spartan boys were learning how to survive cold nights without blankets, how to steal food without getting caught, and how to take a beating without flinching. It wasn't just about physical toughness, it was about mental steel. The Spartans believed that silence in the face of pain was a mark of strength, and that true warriors didn't cry, complain, or hesitate. So from age 7, boys lived in barracks with their peers, forming tight-knit units where discipline, obedience, and resilience were drilled into them daily. They were deliberately underfed to encourage cleverness, read, stealing, regularly inspected for signs of weakness, and taught to suppress their emotions entirely. One of the more chilling stories passed down is that of a boy who stole a fox and hid it under his tunic. When caught, he was found dead, not because of the punishment, but because the fox had chewed through his stomach while he silently held it there, too proud to let on. That's the kind of toughness they were aiming for. And while this all sounds harsh, and to be fair, it was, the Spartans didn't see it as cruelty. They saw it as preparation. Their city was a military machine, and every citizen had a role to play. For boys, that meant becoming warriors who could fight, endure, and lead without fear or softness. Even speech was minimized. Spartans valued brevity so much that the word laconic, meaning concise, literally comes from Laconia, the region they inhabited. You weren't just expected to suffer in silence, but to speak in silence too, offering only sharp, efficient responses when necessary. And yet, for all its brutality, the agage created a sense of unity and identity that Spartans wore like armor. They weren't individuals. They were part of a greater force, shaped by shared hardship and unspoken loyalty. It was a childhood of few comforts, fewer choices, and no tolerance for weakness. But to the Spartans, it forged something greater than comfort. A citizen who could fight without fear, suffer without tears, and die without regret. After surviving Spartan childhoods built on pain and silence, let's pivot to a very different kind of power, one that didn't swing a sword or march in formation, but ruled through strategy, diplomacy, and occasionally a well-placed beard. In ancient Egypt, one pharaoh, Hatshepsut, not only ruled as a king, but even wore a ceremonial false beard to cement her place on the throne. That's right, centuries before power suits or boardroom glass ceilings, Hatshepsut was reshaping royal expectations in a world where leadership was almost exclusively male. She wasn't just a placeholder or a behind-the-scenes advisor. She was the pharaoh, ruling Egypt for over 2 decades during one of its most prosperous and artistically rich periods. And while women in ancient Egypt could hold positions of power, being crowned pharaoh was something else entirely. It meant taking on a role that was almost mythically male. Hatshepsut didn't shy away from that. Instead, she leaned in, adopting the traditional regalia of a king, including the striped headdress, the royal kilt, and yes, the famous false beard, typically worn by male pharaohs. The beard wasn't a disguise, it was a symbol, a visual declaration that said, "I'm not just acting like a king, I am one." She even referred to herself with masculine titles in official records and inscriptions, not because she was denying her identity, but because she was reshaping what authority looked like, and she ruled well. Under Hatshepsut's leadership, Egypt enjoyed political stability, launched ambitious building projects, like the magnificent temple at Deir el-Bahri, and reopened trade routes that had long been dormant. She wasn't leading armies into battle, but she was expanding Egypt's reach and wealth in ways that had long-lasting impact. One of her most famous achievements was a successful expedition to the land of Punt, thought to be somewhere near modern-day Somalia, bringing back goods like incense, ivory, and exotic animals. It was a power move, wrapped in diplomacy, showcasing Egypt's strength without a single arrow fired. Of course, not everyone was thrilled with her legacy. After her death, attempts were made to erase her from history, statues defaced, inscriptions chiseled out, her image removed from official records. It's still debated whether this was political revenge or just an effort to clean up the royal line by making her reign disappear. Either way, she clearly made an impact. Today, Hatshepsut stands as one of the most fascinating figures in ancient history, not just because she ruled, but because of how boldly she claimed the role in a world that didn't expect her to. Her false beard wasn't about pretending to be someone else. It was about redefining the image of power itself. Because when you're breaking boundaries in the 15th century BCE, sometimes all it takes is confidence, vision, and a really good costume piece. Leaving behind how one Egyptian queen rewrote the rulebook on kingship, with a borrowed beard and a whole lot of brilliance, we now head deep into West Africa, where the stars told stories long before science caught up. The Dogon people of Mali are said to have described the existence of Sirius's companion star, Sirius B, long before it was ever seen through a telescope. Yes, this is one of those facts that sounds almost too strange to be true. Sirius, the brightest star in our night sky, is actually part of a binary system, accompanied by a faint white dwarf companion that wasn't officially detected by astronomers until the 19th century. But according to accounts collected by French anthropologists in the 1930s, the Dogon already knew this, along with details that seemed oddly specific. They spoke of Sirius's tiny, incredibly dense companion, which they called Potolo, describing it as the smallest and heaviest of stars, invisible to the naked eye. They even depicted its orbit and mentioned a 50-year elliptical cycle, which, curiously enough, aligns closely with modern astronomical data. So how did they know all this? That's the million-dollar question. Some suggest ancient sky-watching traditions combined with cultural transmission over centuries created a kind of mythological knowledge that happened to coincide with reality. Others speculate about contact with lost ancient civilizations, or more fringe theories that leap into the realm of extraterrestrial influence. While those ideas are more fun than factual, the fascination remains. What is clear is that the Dogon have a rich astronomical tradition, with deep spiritual connections to the stars. Their cosmology includes complex star maps, creation stories tied to celestial movement, and ceremonial dances that align with planetary cycles. To them, the stars weren't just points of light. They were part of a living story that guided ritual, identity, and time itself. Whether or not every detail passed down was scientifically precise, it's undeniable that the Dogon had, and still have, a sophisticated understanding of the sky. And that's something worth paying attention to, telescope or not. It's a reminder that science isn't the only way to map the universe. Sometimes, knowledge comes from generations of quiet observation, oral tradition, and a deep relationship with the night sky. While modern astronomers use satellites and spectrographs, the Dogon used myth, rhythm, and memory, two different languages aiming to describe the same shimmering truth above us. In the end, it's not just about who saw Sirius B first. It's about how different cultures across time have looked up at the same stars and found meaning, mystery, and maybe even a little magic. After gazing at the stars with the Dogon, let's shift our focus to something a little more grounded, though no less awe-inspiring. It's one thing to understand the cosmos, but quite another to design a space where thousands of people can sit under the open sky and hear a single voice carry like magic. It's true. Ancient Greek theaters had acoustics so precise you could stand at the center of the stage, whisper a line, and someone seated at the very top row, dozens of meters away, could hear you loud and clear. No microphones, no sound checks, no fancy tech, just brilliant design, centuries ahead of its time. The most famous example is the Theater of Epidaurus, built in the 4th century BCE, carved into a gentle hillside and seating up to 14,000 people. This marvel of engineering somehow makes every spoken word carry effortlessly through the space. And it wasn't a happy accident. The Greeks knew what they were doing. The semicircular shape of the amphitheater, combined with the limestone materials used in construction, helped absorb crowd noise and bounce the actor's voice back toward the audience. The rows of seating acted like a giant sound funnel, ensuring that even those seated at the edge of the heavens could hear every gasp, every speech, and yes, even the whisper of a tragedy unfolding on stage. Scholars and scientists have studied this for years, trying to pin down just how intentional it was. Some believe it was pure architectural instinct. Others argue it was a finely tuned science rooted in trial, error, and an almost supernatural sense of spatial design. But either way, the effect is real. Visitors today still report hearing coins dropped at center stage echo through the stands with eerie clarity. What's even more impressive is that these theaters weren't just designed for sound. They were open-air venues exposed to the elements. Wind, birds, distant markets. None of it drowned out the performance. Instead, the structure filtered noise, prioritized voice, and kept the drama front and center. And let's not forget, Greek theater wasn't just entertainment. It was ceremony, philosophy, politics, and storytelling all rolled into one. Tragedies and comedies explored life's deepest themes, often accompanied by choruses, music, and masks that exaggerated expression for those far away. The acoustics didn't just help the audience hear. It made the stories feel bigger, more alive, more divine. These places weren't just built to hold a crowd. They were crafted to move one, turning every word into a shared experience and every performance into something that echoed far beyond the stone seats. Stepping away from the brilliant acoustics of Greek theaters, we find ourselves in a setting far more intimate, one that involved no crowds, no applause, and no performance. Just fire, bone, and the hope that the universe was listening. In ancient China, oracle bones were used to communicate with the divine. Questions were carved into animal bones or turtle shells, which were then heated until they cracked, and the resulting lines were interpreted as messages from the spirit world. This wasn't fortune-telling for entertainment's sake. These were state-level decisions, matters of crops, war, weather, and royal destiny. Most notably used during the Shang dynasty, over 3,000 years ago, the oracle bone practice gave us some of the earliest examples of Chinese writing. The process was precise and layered with ritual. A question, like, will the drought end soon? Or, should we launch an attack on the northern tribe? Was etched into the surface. The diviner would then apply intense heat to a series of pits, carved on the reverse side, and as the bone or shell cracked, they'd examine the patterns, much like reading tea leaves, but with a lot more drama. The answer was then interpreted, and in many cases, carved onto the same bone alongside the original question, followed by a notation of what actually happened. Essentially, it was an ancient conversation log between rulers and their ancestors or deities, preserved for history. Some bones show repeated questioning on the same topic, proof that, even in the Bronze Age, people double-checked the universe's messages. Ox shoulder blades and turtle plastrons were the preferred mediums, not because they were symbolic, but because they cracked in predictable ways, which made the divination easier to read. Over time, these bones accumulated in royal archives, forgotten for centuries, until their rediscovery in the late 19th century. Initially sold as dragon bones, for use in traditional medicine, they only revealed their incredible value once scholars recognized the ancient script etched into them. Suddenly, the bones were no longer medicinal curiosities. They were time capsules. Through them, we glimpsed the early structure of Chinese language, politics, religion, and even day-to-day concerns like toothaches and childbirth. The oracle bone tradition shows a culture that wasn't just curious about the divine, it expected dialogue. These weren't generic prayers tossed into the void. They were direct, specific inquiries, recorded and interpreted with precision. It speaks to a worldview where the divine and the mortal realms were closely intertwined, and where ancestors could still offer insight, if only you knew how to ask, and had the patience to wait for an answer hidden in the heat and the cracks. Leaving behind the crackling oracle bones of ancient China, we find ourselves in the sun-baked cities of Mesopotamia, where towering ziggurats weren't just monuments to the gods, they were the nerve centers of daily life. In ancient Mesopotamia, temples weren't simply places of worship. They also functioned as the economic engines of their cities, managing land, labor, resources, and commerce with impressive complexity. These sacred spaces, dedicated to deities like Inanna, Enlil, and Marduk, were as much about accounting as they were about offerings. While priests performed rituals and made symbolic gestures to honor the gods, A whole administrative machine churned in the background. Temples owned farmland, collected taxes in the form of grain or livestock, and often directed large-scale agricultural projects. Farmers worked temple-owned land and paid their dues in produce. Shepherds handed over wool. Brewers supplied beer for offerings and festivals. All of it meticulously recorded on cuneiform tablets by temple scribes. It's no exaggeration to say that the early development of writing was driven in large part by the temple's need to track resources and transactions. And it wasn't just storage and distribution. Temples also operated as lending institutions, offering goods or silver with repayment, expected at harvest time or after a set period. Think of them as a mix between a bank, a courthouse, a granary, and a spiritual hotline, staffed by a hierarchy of priests, priestesses, scribes, administrators, and laborers, sometimes including enslaved people. The temple was a bustling institution with divine branding and very earthly responsibilities. Even artisans were often employed under temple contracts, producing everything from statues to textiles for use in ceremonies or for trade. During festivals, the temple became a public stage, not just for spiritual expression, but also for economic redistribution. Food and drink flowed freely, wealth changed hands, and the community was reminded of the divine order and who managed it. It's important to understand that in Mesopotamia, economic and religious systems weren't separate. The temple wasn't a side building, it was the core of the city's heartbeat. The god of the city didn't just watch over things from above, they were believed to live in the temple itself, and their needs, represented by offerings and rituals, justified the system that kept society running. In a sense, honoring the divine and managing the economy were part of the same job description. The temple was both holy ground and headquarters. Rather than imagining these spaces as still, echoing sanctuaries, it's far more accurate to picture a dynamic hub where spirituality met spreadsheets, albeit the clay variety. Having explored the industrious temples of Mesopotamia, where holiness and bookkeeping walked hand in hand, it's time to head west, to the gritty back alleys of ancient Rome, where practicality reigned supreme, and nothing went to waste. As strange as it sounds, in ancient Rome, urine was collected, taxed, and sold because it was genuinely useful, particularly in the laundry and leather tanning industries. Yep, public urinals, known as pholonicae, weren't just places to relieve yourself. They were part of an early recycling program. Roman launderers, or fullers, used urine for its ammonia content, which acted as a natural cleaning agent. Clothes, especially togas in need of brightening, were soaked in vats of diluted urine, and then stomped on by workers to help lift dirt and stains. Imagine a busy laundry filled with large tubs of pee and barefoot workers trudging through the suds like it was just another Tuesday. And oddly enough, it kind of was. The system worked well enough that the state got involved. Under Emperor Vespasian in the 1st century CE, a tax was imposed on urine collection, because where there's a bucket of profit, Rome was quick to take a slice. This is actually where the famous saying, pecunia non olet, money doesn't stink, originated. When Vespasian's son Titus criticized the idea of profiting from urine, the emperor supposedly held a coin to his nose and asked if it smelled. It didn't, of course, and the point was made. Revenue is revenue, no matter where it comes from. And it wasn't just about laundry. Urine was also used in tanning leather. The ammonia helped loosen hair and flesh from animal hides, prepping them for the next stages of softening and shaping. So whether you were slipping into a fresh tunic or a new pair of sandals, chances are some step of the process had been, well, piss-assisted. The Romans were nothing if not pragmatic. If something could be repurposed, it usually was. They weren't squeamish about bodily fluids when it came to getting the job done, and they certainly didn't shy away from turning even the most unlikely materials into income. That practicality extended through almost every layer of Roman society, and the urine trade is just one delightfully weird example of how resourceful and oddly efficient they could be. So next time you're elbow deep in detergent or admiring the soft leather of a wallet, just know the Romans might have done it first, and done it differently. in a city that paved roads, built aqueducts, and managed sprawling empires. Even a chamber pot had value. After seeing how ancient Rome managed to turn something as unglamorous as urine into a profitable industry, let's pivot to something a little more inspiring, though equally unexpected, one of the world's earliest experiments in democracy, quietly unfolding in a coastal corner of what is now Turkey. Long before parliaments and senates became the symbols of democratic rule, the Lycians of Anatolia had already established one of the first known democratic confederations. This wasn't some dusty thought experiment. It was a functioning political system where multiple city-states worked together under a shared government, and every member had a voice. The Lycian League, as it's now known, brought together over 20 cities, each of which sent representatives to a central assembly. But here's the clever bit. They didn't just send one vote per city. Representation was weighted based on the size of each member city, meaning larger cities got more votes, while smaller ones still had a say. It's the ancient version of proportional representation, and it's surprisingly modern in concept. Decisions were made collectively, from matters of defense and foreign policy to coinage and laws. While each city retained a level of autonomy, the League allowed them to band together when it counted, especially in the face of external threats. And this wasn't some loose handshake agreement. The system was so well structured that even Alexander the Great respected it, and later the Romans praised its effectiveness. In fact, the U.S. founding fathers reportedly took inspiration from the Lycian League when designing aspects of the American Constitution. Not bad for a group of city-states nestled between mountains and sea. The Lycian League met in a central city, Xanthos, Patara, or sometimes Myra, where delegates would debate and vote on shared concerns. The idea was simple, but powerful: shared governance, collective responsibility, and fair input based on population. It wasn't a perfect democracy, of course. Women and enslaved people didn't have political rights, and aristocratic families still held sway. But in the grand sweep of history, it was a remarkably progressive model. And they didn't just talk politics. They thrived culturally, too. The Lycians left behind striking rock-cut tombs carved into cliffs, adorned with detailed reliefs and inscriptions. Their cities bustled with trade, architecture, and art, reflecting a civilization that didn't just think about who should rule, but how they should live together. The Lycian League reminds us that big political ideas don't always come from big empires. Sometimes they come from a coastal confederation of fiercely independent towns that decide they're stronger together. So if you've ever felt like your voice doesn't matter in a big system, just remember the Lycians, ancient people who figured out that cooperation, representation, and a bit of clever math could create something surprisingly durable. Moving now from the Lycian League and their ancient take on representative government, it's time to shift gears from politics to something far more adrenaline-fueled, something that makes modern extreme sports look like a walk in the park. Believe it or not, some Minoan frescoes from ancient Crete show people, yes, actual people, gracefully leaping over the backs of charging bulls, a practice thought to be either a daring sport, a ritual, or maybe a little of both. These vivid wall paintings, found in sites like Knossos, depict athletic figures, both male and female, engaging in what looks like a stylized, high-flying acrobatic feat, grabbing the bull by the horns, vaulting over its back, and landing behind it, presumably with all limbs still attached. It's known as bull leaping, and while the precise nature of the event is still debated, there's no doubt the Minoans considered it important enough to immortalize in their art. And what art it is, fluid, dynamic, and unusually elegant for the time, capturing movement and emotion in a way that feels almost modern. Unlike the rigid postures of other ancient art, Minoan frescoes are bursting with life, color, and motion. The bulls are fierce and muscular, the humans are agile and composed, frozen mid-leap in a moment of perfect coordination, and let's be honest, sheer bravery. Was this a religious ritual, perhaps dedicated to a bull god or associated with seasonal festivals? Was it a rite of passage, or maybe an elite sport for the particularly nimble and slightly unhinged? We're not entirely sure. But the prominence of bulls in Minoan symbolism, showing up in sculpture, jewelry, and architecture, suggests they held spiritual or cultural weight. The bull might have represented strength, fertility, or even chaos itself, and leaping over one could have symbolized mastering those forces, or perhaps communing with the divine. What's especially interesting is the gender inclusion. Many of the frescoes show women participating alongside men, which hints at a more egalitarian role in ritual or sport than many neighboring cultures allowed. And unlike Roman gladiator games or Greek Olympic contests, bull leaping doesn't appear to have been about violence or conquest. It was more like a carefully choreographed dance with danger. There's no evidence the bulls were killed as part of the event, which further sets it apart from later bull-related spectacles. Whether athletic display, spiritual performance, or some kind of ceremonial show, bull leaping shows us just how creative, daring, and downright theatrical the Minoans could be. They weren't just building palaces or trading across the Mediterranean, they were flipping over angry bulls for an audience, and doing it in style. So if you thought parkour or rodeo events were wild, just remember, 4,000 years ago, the Minoans were already combining both, in a loincloth, with frescoes to prove it. After watching the Minoans somersault over bulls in a show of daring and grace, it's hard to imagine anything more impressive, until you realize that thousands of miles away, across the vast Pacific, entire societies were pulling off an entirely different kind of awe-inspiring feat, finding tiny specks of land in an endless ocean using nothing more than the stars, the waves, and a lifetime of memory. Ancient Polynesians were master navigators who crossed thousands of miles of open sea without compasses, sextants, or maps, instead relying on star paths, ocean swells, cloud formations, bird behavior, and a deep intuitive understanding of their environment. Long before GPS, or even the magnetic compass, Polynesian voyagers set out in double-hulled canoes and traveled between islands scattered across an ocean that covers a third of the planet. And they didn't just stumble upon land by chance. These were planned, deliberate journeys, guided by knowledge passed down through generations. One of their most astonishing tools was the star compass, a mental chart of the night sky that helped navigators orient themselves by memorizing where specific stars rose and set on the horizon. Each direction corresponded with certain stars, and skilled wayfinders could use this stellar grid to maintain a steady course, even on cloudy nights, when they'd fall back on reading swells and subtle shifts in the waves. You see, ocean swells, created by prevailing winds, travel in consistent patterns, and experienced navigators could feel these patterns through the movement of the canoe, even with their eyes closed. They could sense if another island was nearby by observing the way waves rebounded or curved, like a sonar system, only human-powered. Even cloud shapes, which form differently over land than over water, and the flight paths of seabirds were used as clues. Certain birds don't venture too far from land, so spotting one flying in the same direction every evening might mean you were within a day or two of arriving. It was a system of navigation that combined science, memory, intuition, and a kind of poetic attunement with nature. And the knowledge was sacred, often guarded and taught to a select few in a community, passed orally, with songs and stories acting as mnemonic devices. These weren't just sailors, they were cultural astronomers, reading the sky and sea like a book. What's even more incredible is that modern studies and recreated voyages have confirmed just how effective these techniques were. Polynesian navigators reached and settled islands thousands of kilometers apart, from Hawaii to Easter Island to New Zealand, long before European explorers dared to venture into the same waters. And they did it without metal, without maps, without fear. So while the Minoans were jumping bulls for ceremony, the Polynesians were quietly crossing a planet-sized ocean by starlight, proving that you don't always need tools to master the world. Sometimes you just need the stars, a steady hand on the canoe, and the wisdom of those who came before you. Not every ancient culture sought wisdom in the stars or the sea. Some, like the Etruscans, believed the secrets of the universe were hiding somewhere a bit more internal, specifically in the freshly removed liver of a sacrificial animal. The Etruscans, an enigmatic and influential civilization in pre-Roman Italy, practiced a form of divination called haruspicy, where trained priests interpreted the will of the gods by studying the livers of animals, most often sheep. To modern minds, it might sound bizarre, but to the Etruscans, this was a serious and sacred science. The liver wasn't chosen at random. It was considered the center of life, the organ most intimately connected to the divine. When major decisions loomed, such as launching a military campaign, building a new temple, or selecting the right day for an important ritual, a priest known as a haruspice would perform a sacrifice and examine the animal's liver for signs. These signs weren't just arbitrary squiggles or discolorations. The Etruscans believed the liver mirrored the cosmos, divided into distinct regions that corresponded to specific gods and spiritual influences. Any irregularity or standout feature was seen as a direct message from the divine. To help make sense of it all, the Etruscans crafted clay and bronze liver models, detailed anatomical guides marked with deity names and celestial zones. The most famous example, the liver of Piacenza, even survives today as a testament to how systematized and respected this practice really was. These models weren't just visual aids. They were essential teaching tools for new priests learning to interpret the sacred signs with precision. Far from being fringe ritual, haruspicy played a central role in Etruscan society. Political leaders relied on it to validate major decisions, and the practice was so embedded in the culture that when Rome absorbed Etruscan lands, the Romans adopted it too. In fact, Roman emperors continued to employ haruspices well into the imperial era, seeking out their guidance when omens felt unclear or luck seemed off. What's fascinating is that, in its own messy way, this was an early form of decision-making grounded in observation, pattern recognition, and tradition. The Etruscans weren't simply guessing, they were trained to notice subtle changes, compare them to past outcomes, and interpret what they saw within a structured religious framework. Sure, it involved organs, but to them, it wasn't that different from reading signs in nature or patterns in the stars. It was about making meaning from the unknown and trying to stay in sync with the forces that governed life. In a world where fate was seen as real and ever-present, the Etruscans believed the gods didn't whisper. They left clues in the shape of a liver. Strange as it may sound, this deeply visceral practice reveals just how far people have always been willing to go to make sense of their world, even if it meant getting a little blood on their hands. While the Etruscans were busy deciphering the future through sheep innards, elsewhere in the ancient world, someone was solving a much simpler problem: what to wear on their feet. The world's oldest known leather shoe, dating back over 5,500 years, was found tucked away in an Armenian cave, and remarkably, it was still in pretty decent shape. Made from a single piece of cowhide and roughly the size of a modern women's size 7, it was stitched together with leather cord and stuffed with dry grass, possibly for insulation or simply to help it keep its form. It's not flashy, but it's surprisingly well made, sturdy, practical, and clearly designed to get the job done. The cave it was found in, Arini 1, turned out to be the perfect preservation chamber, cool, dry, and sealed off from the elements. Alongside the shoe, archaeologists uncovered tools, pottery, and what appears to be one of the world's earliest winemaking setups. All in all, it was less of a living space and more of a storage spot, though apparently one good enough to keep a leather shoe intact for over 5 millennia. What's interesting is that the shoe's design isn't too far off from traditional footwear still found in parts of the Caucasus and Balkans today. It's simple and effective, a kind of all-purpose slip-on that probably didn't need a breaking-in period. And while it's hard to say exactly who wore it or why it was left behind, one thing's clear: this wasn't a ceremonial item or royal accessory. It was just a good, reliable shoe. There's something charming about how ordinary it is. In a world where we often associate ancient discoveries with gold, crowns, or giant monuments, it's oddly refreshing to stumble across something as down-to-earth as footwear. Someone, 5,500 years ago, tied up their laces, went about their day, and somehow their shoe made it all the way to the modern era, intact enough to tell a story. No deep metaphors needed here. It's just a great example of ancient craftsmanship holding up over time, and proof that even back then people knew how to make something that lasted. From a well-worn leather shoe forgotten in a cave to something far more showy, let's talk about ancient Greek temples and how they were a whole lot flashier than we've been led to believe. Because contrary to the gleaming white marble ruins you see today, those iconic columns and pediments were once covered in bright, bold color. That's right, Greek temples were originally painted in vivid reds, blues, greens, and golds, turning what we now think of as pristine stone monuments into something closer to ancient billboards for the gods. The idea of the all-white temple is actually a modern myth, reinforced by centuries of faded ruins and neoclassical architecture that tried to imitate the pure look of Greek design. But in reality, ancient architects and artists weren't going for minimalism. They were going for impact. Statues, friezes, and entire temple facades were decked out in color, a practice known as polychromy. And we're not talking subtle accents here. Temples like the Parthenon in Athens were painted in rich shades of red and blue, with detailed patterns, decorative borders, and lifelike painted sculptures that practically popped off the structure. To the ancient Greeks, color brought the architecture to life and helped convey stories, values, and divine power in a way bare stone simply couldn't. You can think of it as the difference between a coloring book and a finished mural. So why do we see so many temples today in pale, weathered white? Simple. Time, wind, rain, and a couple of millennia of sun exposure. The pigments were made from natural minerals and organic dyes that eventually faded or flaked away, leaving only the stone underneath. For a long time, archaeologists didn't realize how colorful these structures had once been. But in recent decades, with the help of ultraviolet light, infrared imaging, and microscopic pigment analysis, we've uncovered traces of those original colors. Little flecks of red in a sculpted robe, or a hint of blue in a column groove. And once you see reconstructions or digital recreations of what these temples might have looked like, it completely changes your perception of ancient Greece. These weren't subdued stone-gray cities. They were vibrant, energetic, and visually loud. The color wasn't just aesthetic either. It helped convey meaning, hierarchy, and narrative. Gods were painted with distinctive hues. Warriors in dynamic scenes had blood-red tunics, and temple decorations were designed to grab your attention from a distance. It wasn't about restraint, it was about presence. So the next time you picture ancient Athens or Delphi, try to swap out the clean marble tones for something a little bolder, a little louder, and a whole lot more colorful. The Greeks weren't building temples to whisper their devotion. They were painting them to shout it across the skyline. With the paint peeled back on Greek temples now that we have discovered their surprisingly colorful side, we now turn to a very different kind of structure, one that was far less flashy, but equally tied to ancient belief and ritual. And this one wasn't made to honor the gods with pillars and pigments. It was built for the dead and for the birds. In ancient Zoroastrian tradition, the deceased weren't buried or cremated. They were placed in circular raised structures known as towers of silence, where their bodies were exposed to scavenging birds like vultures. It may sound unusual to modern ears, but for followers of Zoroastrianism, this wasn't a grim or morbid practice. It was a sacred one, rooted in a deep respect for the elements of nature. Earth, fire, and water were seen as pure and holy, and to place a corpse into any of them was thought to contaminate the natural world. Instead, the sky, through the agency of birds, was entrusted with returning the body to the cycle of life. These towers, or dakmas, were usually built on elevated hills or cliffs, far from populated areas. The flat, open tops of these stone circles were divided into 3 concentric rings, one for men, one for women, and one for children. The body would be laid out, and within a matter of hours, nature would take its course. Vultures, doing what vultures do best, would ensure that what remained was only bone. Once the bones had been bleached by sun and time, they would be swept into a central well in the tower's floor, allowing them to rest without defiling the earth. To the Zoroastrians, this process wasn't disrespectful. It was practical, ritualized, and aligned with their worldview that death should not pollute the world of the living. In fact, they even had priests known as Nasu, who were specifically trained in how to handle death and perform these ceremonies without spiritually infecting others. Death was seen as a temporary disruption of purity, and these rituals were designed to manage that disruption with care and intention. What's more, this method was strikingly eco-friendly long before such a concept existed. No chemicals, no coffins, no cremation smoke, just a return to the elements carried out in the most natural way possible. And it worked. The process was clean, swift, and left a minimal footprint, especially in arid environments where burial or burning could be logistically difficult. While the use of towers of silence has declined significantly in modern times due to urban expansion and legal restrictions, the tradition survives in some communities today, adapted to contemporary circumstances, but still guided by the same ancient principles. So while it might not have the architectural flair of a painted temple or the global renown of a pyramid, the Tower of Silence is a powerful reminder that every culture finds its own way of honoring the transition from life to death, even if it involves a bit of altitude and a few helpful beaks. From sky burials on stone towers to glittering lakeside rituals, let's now drift over to the highlands of ancient Colombia, where spiritual devotion took on a shinier, dustier form, one that would eventually drive European explorers into a full-blown gold frenzy. The Muisca people, who lived in the Andes long before the Spanish arrived, practiced elaborate rituals involving gold dust, so much so that their ceremonies helped spark the enduring myth of El Dorado, the fabled city of gold. But here's the twist. El Dorado didn't start out as a place. It began as a person, a man, to be exact. Specifically, a Muisca leader, or Zipa, who would coat himself in fine gold dust and paddle out to the middle of a sacred lake, most famously Lake Guatavita, as part of a spiritual offering. Surrounded by priests and followers, he would then wash off the gold into the water, while offerings of treasure and precious objects were also thrown in as gifts to the gods. It was a ritual of devotion, renewal, and connection to the divine, not a show of wealth or a hint at some hidden treasure trove. But when the Spanish conquistadors heard these stories, what they imagined wasn't a symbolic rite. It was a city paved with gold, just waiting to be found. Thus, the legend of El Dorado was born, fueled by misinterpretation, ambition, and a fair amount of wishful thinking. Over the centuries, the tale evolved from one gilded man to entire golden kingdoms, sending wave after wave of fortune hunters deeper into South America, often with disastrous results. Meanwhile, the actual Muisca were far more grounded in their beliefs. Gold to them wasn't currency. It was sacred. It represented the sun, the divine, and the spiritual power that connected rulers to the heavens. Their artistry with gold was less about opulence and more about symbolism. They crafted intricate offerings known as tunjos, small golden figures and plaques meant to represent people, animals, or deities, and left them in caves, lakes, and temples as part of their religious practice. Lake Guatavita itself has yielded a number of these offerings over the years, although attempts to drain it in search of greater treasure often ended in muddy disappointment. Still, the Muisca's golden rituals left a powerful impression, both literally and mythologically. And while El Dorado may never have existed in the way treasure hunters hoped, the real story is arguably even more fascinating. It's about a society that used gold not for greed, but for gratitude, using one of the world's most coveted materials as a bridge between earth and sky. So next time you hear El Dorado mentioned, try not to picture a lost city gleaming under the jungle canopy. Think, instead of a lone figure on a raft, shimmering under the morning sun, letting the gold return to the gods it came from. Leaving behind the golden rituals of the Muisca, we land squarely in the heart of ancient Rome, where the glitz may have been in marble rather than myth, but the engineering was no less jaw-dropping. Roman aqueducts were marvels of ancient infrastructure, capable of transporting millions of gallons of fresh water every single day across vast distances, relying solely on gravity and precision. These systems weren't just impressive, they were essential. As Rome expanded, so did its thirst. Cities needed water for public baths, fountains, latrines, gardens, and households, and the Romans weren't about to rely on wells alone. Instead, they built networks of aqueducts that stretched for dozens of miles from mountain springs and rivers into the urban sprawl. The brilliance was in the simplicity. Each aqueduct maintained a subtle but continuous downward slope, often just a few inches per 100 feet. This gentle gradient allowed water to flow naturally, no pumps required. When the terrain dipped, they built arches, massive stone structures that carried channels high above valleys and lowlands. When hills got in the way, they tunneled through them with astonishing accuracy. And they didn't stop at the outskirts of the city. The water was directed into holding tanks, distributed through lead or clay pipes, and sent flowing to everything from bathhouses to private villas. Rome itself was fed by at least 11 different aqueducts, supplying an estimated 200 million gallons of water a day, an amount that wouldn't look out of place in a modern city's usage stats. Beyond function, these aqueducts were also a bit of a flex. Many were built with grandeur in mind, turning infrastructure into public art. Just take the Pont du Gard in France or the Aqua Claudia near Rome. They weren't just waterworks, they were statements. Aqueducts also played a key role in public health and urban quality of life. Regular access to clean water improved hygiene and made dense city living possible on a scale the world hadn't really seen before. And thanks to features like sedimentation basins and maintenance shafts, the Romans were even thinking ahead about long-term upkeep and water quality. It wasn't just about moving water, it was about managing it smartly. They created a system that was durable, elegant, and incredibly effective, parts of which lasted for centuries. Even today, some of the old Roman routes are still followed by modern pipelines. Whether crossing the countryside or winding unseen beneath the streets, these aqueducts were the quiet heroes of Roman daily life, keeping cities clean, fountains flowing, and bathhouses steamy. And if nothing else, it proves the Romans weren't just builders of empires. They were masters of the everyday essentials, delivered with staggering skill and a bit of stone-carved flair. After plumbing the depths of Roman engineering and marveling at their mastery of water, let's take a moment to appreciate something a little less utilitarian, but just as timeless: music. Because long before headphones, sheet music, or Spotify playlists, someone in the ancient city of Uruk was already writing down how to play a tune, and it's still readable today. The world's earliest known example of musical notation comes from a 3,400-year-old cuneiform tablet discovered in Uruk, an ancient city located in modern-day Syria. This clay tablet, inscribed in the Hurrian language, contains what is essentially a Bronze Age musical score, complete with instructions for tuning a lyre and a hymn dedicated to the goddess Chatal, the deity of orchards. It's known as the Hurrian hymn number 6, and while it might not have topped any charts at the time, it's the oldest surviving piece of written music we've ever found. The notation doesn't resemble the 5-line staves or notes we're familiar with today. Instead, it's a mix of wedge-shaped cuneiform signs and numerical symbols, representing both the lyrics and a system for how to play the accompanying melody. For centuries, it was a mystery, an archaeological oddity with undeciphered scribbles. But as scholars began to crack the code, they realized it was more than just text. It was a musical formula. And while there's still some debate on exactly how it would have sounded, modern reconstructions have brought the hymn to life, giving us a haunting glimpse into the ancient soundscape of the Near East. What's striking is how much care went into recording this. Someone sat down thousands of years ago and decided that music, just like trade records or royal decrees, was worth preserving. That speaks volumes about the place of art in ancient society. Even in a world where survival was hard and distractions were few, music mattered enough to chisel into stone. And this wasn't just a casual doodle. It followed a tuning system, used specific intervals, and was clearly designed to be replicated by others. It shows that musical theory, not just performance, had already begun to take shape. The tablet was found alongside others, many of which were administrative or religious in nature, suggesting that music, too, had a role in ritual and formal life, not just personal enjoyment. Whether it was played during ceremonies, sung in worship, or strummed under the stars, this little clay tablet represents something wonderfully human: the need to make sound into meaning. It's comforting to know that even back in the Bronze Age, someone thought, "Hey, this song slaps. We should write it down." And thanks to that impulse, we now have proof that the urge to create and share music is as old as civilization itself, maybe older. Now let's shift from ancient soundtracks to ancient celebrations, specifically one that's been throwing a party for thousands of years and shows no signs of stopping. Nowruz, the Persian New Year, dates back over 3,000 years and has been celebrated since ancient times on the spring equinox, a symbolic reset that marked not just the turning of the seasons, but the beginning of a brand new year. Originating in the heart of the Persian Empire, this festival wasn't just about ringing in the new year with confetti and countdowns. It was a deep-rooted celebration of rebirth, balance, and the enduring rhythms of nature. The word Nowruz literally means new day. And the timing of the celebration, when day and night are exactly equal, was no coincidence. It was a cosmic cue that the world was resetting, and so should everyone in it. Ancient Persians saw this as the perfect moment to sweep out the old, both literally and metaphorically. People would clean their homes, wear fresh clothes, light fires, and visit loved ones. Temples and palaces would be adorned with greenery and offerings, and great feasts were prepared to welcome prosperity into the coming year. Even the kings got involved. Records from the Achaemenid Empire show that Nowruz was observed with grandeur at Persepolis, where tribute from across the empire was presented and the king performed rituals that symbolized cosmic order and renewal. And perhaps what's most remarkable, the tradition is still alive today. Nowruz continues to be celebrated by millions across Iran, Central Asia, the Caucasus, and parts of the Middle East, and the diaspora worldwide. Families set up half-seen tables, symbolic displays that include 7 items, starting with the Persian letter S, each representing a hope for the new year: rebirth, health, love, patience, beauty, sunrise, and prosperity. There are also goldfish, painted eggs, sweets, and sprouted greens to top it all off. Bonfires are still lit during the lead up to the holiday, and people jump over the flames in a ritual that's part purification, part daredevil fun. What makes Nowruz stand out isn't just its age, it's how seamlessly it blends ancient symbolism with present-day joy. It's rooted in Zoroastrianism, one of the world's oldest religions, but it's evolved to become a cultural celebration that welcomes people of all backgrounds. And while emperors no longer preside over public ceremonies, the spirit remains the same. Shake off the dust of the past year, welcome the balance of spring, and look forward to a brighter cycle ahead. So if you thought your New Year's traditions were old school, just remember, while you're nursing a post-midnight snack, someone else is celebrating the turn of time the same way their ancestors did 3 millennia ago, with firelight, good food, and the hope that this year will be just a little bit better than the last. Now that we've seen the world renew itself, each spring in ancient Persia, let's move into the quiet stillness of a different kind of ancient moment. One that happens not with music or fireworks, but with a single, perfectly placed beam of sunlight piercing the darkness. Several ancient Egyptian temples were built with astonishing astronomical precision, designed so that once a year, a shaft of sunlight would travel through a series of chambers and strike a specific statue, marking a date of deep religious or royal significance. Perhaps the most famous example is the Great Temple of Abu Simbel, commissioned by Ramses II. Twice a year, on what are believed to be the anniversaries of his birth and coronation, the early morning sun lines up just right, shooting through the temple's massive stone doorway and down a 60-meter corridor, eventually illuminating 3 of the 4 statues seated in the inner sanctuary. The one figure left untouched by light. Ptah, the god of the underworld, symbolically and appropriately shrouded in shadow. That level of detail is no accident. These weren't just well-lit rooms. They were architectural calendars, crafted to sync with the sun's journey across the sky. It wasn't just Abu Simbel either. Temples across Egypt, from Karnak to Dendera, were oriented with incredible care, linking divine presence with celestial events. This kind of solar alignment reinforced the idea that pharaohs were chosen by the gods, and that their reigns were part of a grand cosmic rhythm. When the sun struck the statue, it wasn't just a cool trick of the light. It was a divine confirmation, witnessed by priests and subjects alike. And while we marvel at these moments now as scientific and architectural wonders, in their time, they were spiritual spectacles, silent ceremonies where the universe itself seemed to nod in approval. These temples weren't just stone and labor. They were designed with a level of planning that would make any modern architect sweat. They accounted for the Earth's tilt, the movement of the sun, and the alignment of stars, all without digital models or satellite data. And here's the kicker. Despite thousands of years of erosion, earthquakes, and even the complete relocation of Abu Simbel in the 1960s to prevent it from being submerged by Lake Nasser, the solar alignment still works. It might hit a few minutes late these days, but that beam of sunlight still travels the path it was always meant to. It's a quiet marvel that reminds us just how deeply ancient civilizations understood their world, not just its materials, but its movement. They weren't just building temples. They were scripting stories in stone and sunlight, waiting to be retold once a year with the rise of the sun. Moving from temples that captured the sun with pinpoint precision, we head now to the hands of ancient Mesoamerican craftsmen who weren't catching light, but cutting with it. Because when it came to sharpness, these civilizations weren't messing around. Mesoamerican cultures, including the Aztecs and the Maya, crafted obsidian blades so fine and precise that they rival the sharpness of modern surgical scalpels, even today. Obsidian, a naturally occurring volcanic glass, breaks in a way that creates edges many times sharper than steel. While metal tools eventually became the global standard, obsidian still holds a special title in the world of sharp stuff. Under a microscope, a well-made obsidian blade can have an edge just a few nanometers thick, so thin it can slice between individual cells with minimal damage. Modern surgeons have even experimented with using obsidian scalpels for certain procedures because they create cleaner cuts and leave less tissue trauma. But the ancients figured this out long before lab coats and operating tables. For thousands of years, Mesoamerican artisans used techniques like pressure flaking and percussion to shape obsidian into weapons, ritual tools, and cutting instruments. These weren't rough shards. They were meticulously crafted edges, sometimes inlaid into wooden handles, sometimes arranged in fearsome circular blades called maquahuitl, which looked like wooden swords lined with obsidian teeth. In the hands of a skilled warrior, a maquahuitl could take down both humans and horses, delivering slashing damage that was both brutal and eerily clean. And it wasn't just about battle. Obsidian blades were also used in religious ceremonies, including bloodletting rituals and human sacrifices, where precision was often essential. The sharpness of obsidian gave these acts a strange mix of violence and surgical control. Even in daily life, obsidian was valued for its practical uses: cutting food, processing plants, or crafting other tools. Archaeological sites throughout Central America are littered with blades, flakes, and discarded cores, a testament to how integral this glossy black stone was to everyday existence. And while it might not gleam like gold or last like bronze, obsidian left a mark, literally and metaphorically, that outlasted empires. What's fascinating is that even now, if you hand a modern obsidian blade to a surgeon or a researcher, they'll be impressed. This wasn't just sharp for its time. It's sharp, period. The kind of sharp that's still tough to replicate with mass-produced metal. It's proof that advanced technology doesn't always mean lasers and wires. Sometimes it's knowing exactly how to strike a rock at just the right angle, guided by tradition, skill, and a deep understanding of materials. So while the ancients didn't have surgical theaters or sterile gloves, they had obsidian. And frankly, you wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of it, whether in war, ritual, or just trying to slice open your lunch. Stepping away from the shimmering edge of obsidian and its surgical sharpness, let's take a detour into something that might not seem exciting at first glance, but is actually one of the most quietly brilliant feats of ancient ingenuity, the humble brick. Because if you thought standardization was a modern obsession, think again. The Harappans of the Indus Valley civilization, which thrived over 4,000 years ago in what's now Pakistan and northwest India, were using standardized brick sizes across hundreds, if not thousands, of miles, showing a level of planning and coordination that still stuns archaeologists today. These bricks weren't random lumps of clay, sun-dried on the spot. They followed a consistent ratio of 1 to 2 to 4, height to width to length, which meant they fit together perfectly, stacked neatly, and could be used in everything from city walls to residential homes without guesswork or improvisation. But it wasn't just about neatness. This uniformity suggests something deeper, an interconnected system of design and governance, or at the very least, a shared cultural priority that extended across the entire civilization. Cities like Mohenjo-Daro, Harappa, Dholavira, and dozens of others, many separated by vast stretches of land, were all using the same construction standards. That's not just architectural alignment, that's societal cohesion. And here's where it gets even more impressive. The Harappans didn't just stop at brick dimensions. They used these standard-sized bricks to build some of the most advanced urban infrastructure of the ancient world. Their cities had grid-style street layouts, complex drainage systems with covered sewers, multi-story houses, and large public buildings like the famous Great Bath of Mohenjo-Daro. All of this was made possible, in part, by that one humble innovation, a brick that everyone agreed on. There were even distinctions between bricks used for homes and those for public works, some sun-dried, some kiln-fired, suggesting a nuanced understanding of materials and long-term planning. And yet, what's particularly fascinating is that the Harappan civilization doesn't seem to have left behind any grand royal monuments or obvious signs of centralized political power. No pharaohs, no ziggurats, no megalomaniacal inscriptions. Just cities built with quiet precision and extraordinary consistency where the bricks did all the talking. This approach to urban life reveals a lot about Harappan values: functionality, order, balance. It's as if the society agreed that good planning was more important than flashy displays of wealth or power. And remarkably, even as their civilization expanded, the bricks stayed the same. It's one of the clearest signs we have that the people of the Indus Valley were thinking far ahead, not just about what to build, but how to make that building sustainable, replicable, and smart. So while they may not have left behind towering temples or golden artifacts, they built something far more practical: cities that worked. And in a world where so many ancient wonders leaned on grandeur, the Harappans quietly chose excellence through efficiency, one identically shaped brick at a time. From the uniformity of Harappan bricks to the orderly rhythm of time itself, ancient people didn't just build smart, they also kept incredibly clever track of the day. And they didn't need ticking gears or digital displays to do it. Long before mechanical clocks ticked or sundials turned into garden ornaments, Bronze Age societies were using simple tools like string and shadow sticks to track solar time with impressive accuracy. It may sound basic, but it worked. And it worked well enough to help guide everything from planting seasons to religious ceremonies. The concept was simple. You plant a stick upright in the ground, what archaeologists often refer to as a gnomon, and then you track its shadow throughout the day. As the sun moves across the sky, the shadow shortens, shifts, and lengthens again, creating a kind of natural clock face on the ground. Add some string or cord to measure consistent distances or mark recurring positions, and suddenly you've got a primitive but effective solar timekeeping device. What's fascinating is how widespread and intuitive this method was. Cultures across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East were all experimenting with variations on this same idea, using little more than what they had lying around: a stick, the sun, and a bit of patience. In places like Stonehenge or the Nabta Playa site in Egypt, larger-scale versions aligned with solstices and equinoxes show that this wasn't just for telling lunchtime, it had cosmic significance too. These early tools didn't give you the hour by the minute, but they didn't need to. Timekeeping back then was more about rhythm than precision, knowing when to start the morning fire, when to tend to the crops, or when to gather for ritual. And even with such humble materials, people managed to develop surprisingly sophisticated ways of charting time through shadow play. Some even used stretched string to draw circles or arcs on the ground, plotting where the shadow fell at different times of day or across different seasons. These markings became reference points, allowing people to predict events like the solstices or determine midday with remarkable accuracy. It's an incredible reminder of how observant ancient people were. They didn't have watches, but they had sky-watching skills and observational discipline that would impress any scientist today. They understood the sun's movement across the sky like a trusted companion, and they used its consistency as the ultimate reference point for the passing of time. There's something poetic about it. No batteries, no maintenance, just the quiet reliability of a shadow moving across dirt. In a way, it's timekeeping at its purest, slow, steady, and grounded in the natural world. So the next time you glance at your phone to check the time, imagine someone 4,000 years ago doing the same, but with a stick, some twine, and the sky. And somehow, they still managed to be on time for whatever it was they had to do. After watching Bronze Age communities track time with sticks and string like cosmic clockmakers, let's pivot to a different kind of timing, one that had less to do with shadows on the ground and more to do with political timing from the heavens themselves. Because in ancient China, rulers didn't just take power, they claimed the universe wanted them to have it. The concept of the mandate of heaven was a cornerstone of imperial Chinese rule, where emperors justified their authority by claiming they had been chosen by the cosmos itself to govern. Unlike the idea of divine right in European monarchies, which essentially said, "I'm king because God said so, and that's final," the mandate of heaven came with a bit more pressure. Yes, it granted the emperor legitimacy, but it also came with conditions, namely that he ruled wisely, justly, and in the interest of the people. If he didn't, well, heaven could revoke that mandate. Natural disasters, famines, uprisings, these weren't just unfortunate events. They were interpreted as signs that the current dynasty had lost favor with the heavens, which in turn gave others a kind of cosmic permission slip to rise up and take their place. The beauty and strategic brilliance of the mandate was that it allowed for a flexible, moral-based system of dynastic change. A new ruler could claim that the old emperor had fallen out of sync with heaven's will, and that they were simply restoring balance by stepping in. This wasn't considered blasphemous. It was how the cycle was meant to work. The Zhou dynasty, around the 11th century BCE, were the first to really formalize this concept, using it to explain why they had the right to overthrow the Shang. And for centuries after, nearly every dynasty that rose and fell used the mandate to explain the whole saga. It was equal parts spiritual reasoning and political savvy, a kind of celestial PR campaign that said, "This isn't a coup, it's just the universe making a personnel change." And what's particularly fascinating is how deeply embedded the idea became in Chinese history and philosophy. The mandate of heaven shaped not only how rulers justified their reigns, but how common people interpreted everything from plagues to earthquakes. If the Yellow River flooded your village, you might curse the weather, but you'd also start wondering if the emperor had messed up. it created a feedback loop between governance and the cosmos, where morality, politics, and natural order were all seen as deeply intertwined. So while emperors wore silk robes and sat on dragon thrones, their grip on power depended as much on harvests and harmony as on armies. Rule justly, and the heavens smiled. Rule poorly, and the heavens sent a thunderstorm, and maybe a rebellion. In the grand scheme of political strategies, invoking the cosmos as your HR department might seem a bit bold, but hey, it worked for over 2,000 years. Having just explored how ancient Chinese emperors kept their heavenly HR files in order, let's now shift to something equally divine, but with a lot more gears. Because tucked away in the Mediterranean, beneath layers of time and shipwreck, was a device so advanced it nearly broke the brains of modern scientists when it was first discovered. The Antikythera mechanism, pulled from the seafloor near the Greek island of Antikythera in 1901, is widely regarded as the world's first known analog computer, an intricate gear-powered device that could predict eclipses, track planetary positions, and even schedule athletic events like the ancient Olympic Games. Dating back to around 150 to 100 BCE, the mechanism is a jaw-dropping testament to the ingenuity of ancient engineers and astronomers. And it's not just clever, it's sophisticated. Roughly the size of a shoebox, the device was once encased in wood and powered by a hand crank. Inside, it held a dense mesh of bronze gears, some with incredibly fine, precise teeth, arranged in layers to model the complex motions of celestial bodies. Turning the crank would move a series of dials and pointers, simulating the cycles of the sun and moon, tracking phases, and forecasting eclipses with a level of accuracy that's frankly astonishing for its time. One of the most fascinating aspects is how it represented astronomical knowledge in mechanical form. The Greeks understood that the solar year and the lunar month didn't perfectly match, and the Antikythera mechanism reflected this through a 19-year metonic cycle dial, essentially syncing the solar and lunar calendars. Another dial followed the 18-year Saros cycle, which helped predict lunar and solar eclipses. The device even had a tiny rotating ball to indicate the moon's phase, and inscriptions that likely displayed when certain constellations would appear in the night sky. In a separate dial, a 4-year calendar tracked the timing of the Pan-Hellenic Games, including the Olympics. So yes, it told you when Mercury would retrograde and when to start training for the javelin throw. When it was first pulled from the wreck, covered in barnacles and corroded almost beyond recognition, nobody quite understood what it was. For decades, it sat as a curiosity, its fragmented gears puzzling scholars. But in the 1970s, and again in the early 2000s, researchers began using X-ray imaging and 3D scanning to peer inside. What they found was mind-blowing. Over 30 interlocking gears, some as fine as a millimeter in thickness, working together with incredible precision. And the kicker? Nothing even remotely comparable shows up again in the historical record for well over 1,000 years. It's like someone built a mechanical smartphone in the Iron Age, and then the idea vanished until the Enlightenment. And here's the part that adds a layer of mystery. We still don't know who made it. It may have been designed by someone from the island of Rhodes, perhaps linked to a school of astronomers inspired by Hipparchus or Archimedes, but no texts mention the device directly. It's a lone survivor of a technological lineage we didn't know existed, a cosmic calculator lost at sea, only to be rediscovered by divers chasing down ancient statues. So when you next hear a notification on your phone, remember, there was once a hand-cranked bronze box, quietly modeling the movements of the heavens while the rest of the world lit torches at night. Ancient tech wasn't always simple. Sometimes it was simply genius. Leaving behind the whirring bronze gears of the Antikythera mechanism, we now make our way to the rugged highlands of East Africa, where innovation took a different form. No intricate computers or celestial dials here, but a kingdom that mastered the art of trade, diplomacy, and coinage with a confidence that rivaled the great powers of its day. The kingdom of Aksum, flourishing from around the 1st to the 7th century CE in what is now northern Ethiopia and Eritrea, was a major player in the ancient world, minting its own gold, silver, and bronze coins and maintaining active trade routes that reached as far as the Roman Empire and the Indian subcontinent. Situated perfectly near the Red Sea, Axum became a bustling crossroad for international trade. Through its main port at Adulis, goods like ivory, gold, frankincense, and exotic animals were exported in exchange for Mediterranean wine, Egyptian glassware, Indian spices, and Chinese silk. These weren't small-time trades either. Axum was a commercial powerhouse. Roman historians even wrote about it, and the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, a Greek navigation manual from the 1st century, specifically notes Axum's importance as a trade hub. One of the clearest signs of Axum's sophistication is its coinage. The kingdom was the first African state outside of Egypt to mint its own currency, and it wasn't just functional, it was strategic. Aksumite coins carried inscriptions in Greek, the international language of commerce at the time, and featured portraits of rulers, religious symbols, and occasionally even inscriptions declaring the strength or faith of the king. King Ezana, one of the most notable Aksumite rulers, issued coins marked with crosses after converting to Christianity, making Axum one of the earliest Christian kingdoms in the world. These coins weren't just for internal use either. They circulated widely, a clear signal that Axum was fully integrated into the global economy. Archaeological digs have uncovered Aksumite currency in far-flung places, reinforcing just how far the kingdom's influence extended. But Axum wasn't all trade and treasury. It was also a cultural center, complete with its own written script, ge'ez, and monumental architecture, including towering granite stelae, some still standing tall today. These obelisks marked royal graves and were often intricately carved, reflecting a blend of engineering skill and spiritual symbolism. Axum was a kingdom that balanced economic power with religious and cultural identity, navigating both regional dynamics and international relationships with finesse. It may not be as instantly recognizable as Rome or Persia, but Axum held its own, quietly influential, economically savvy, and globally connected. In a world of shifting empires and rising powers, it stood not at the fringe but firmly within the flow of ancient world affairs, its coins, goods, and ideas moving across continents long before globalization had a name. We now move from navigating the ancient trade routes of Axum and watching gold coins travel across seas. And it's time to climb a little higher, literally, into the soaring mountains of the Andes, where civilizations didn't rely on ships or wheels to move their goods, but on one particularly fluffy, sure-footed creature that's been underestimated for far too long. Long before horses ever set hoof on the American continent, early Andean civilizations, like the Chavin, Moche, Wari, and eventually the Inca, were using llamas as their primary pack animals, transporting goods, supplies, and sometimes even people across dizzying mountain trails with a calm, woolly determination. Native to the highlands of South America, llamas were domesticated by around 4,000 years ago and quickly became an essential part of Andean life. While they might not have the raw power of oxen or the speed of horses, llamas were perfectly suited for the environment they were raised in. These animals could carry up to 25 to 30 kilograms, around 55 to 65 pounds, each, making them ideal for caravan travel through narrow, rocky mountain paths where wheels would be more curse than convenience. And unlike donkeys or mules, llamas don't need horseshoes, hay bales, or a lot of fuss. They're low-maintenance, high-altitude haulers. Their value wasn't just in muscle either. Llamas also provided wool for textiles, dung for fuel, and in some cases, meat for special ceremonies. They were woven into the cultural and spiritual fabric of Andean life. In fact, llama caravans weren't just economic, some were ceremonial, used in festivals or state rituals, often adorned with colorful blankets and jewelry. The Incas, in particular, organized state-run llama caravans to move supplies across their vast empire, linking highland communities with lowland regions through an impressive network of roads and storage depots. These caravans were so important that parts of the Inca road system were designed with llama travel in mind, complete with rest stops and tampas, way stations, spaced just right for their endurance. What makes it all even more fascinating is how efficient and sustainable this system was. The Andes weren't exactly gentle terrain, but llamas could nimbly navigate passes, withstand harsh climates, and graze on sparse vegetation, all while contributing little environmental strain. In the absence of the wheel, which interestingly was known but rarely used for transport in the Americas, llamas filled a unique and essential niche. And when horses finally arrived with the Spanish in the 16th century, it wasn't because llamas were lacking. It was because the world was about to change dramatically. But even then, in the highest reaches of the Andes, llamas remained. So while other ancient civilizations were hitching carts to oxen or outfitting chariots for battle, the peoples of the Andes relied on a quieter, fluffier, and far more altitude-appropriate companion. The llama may not have the dramatic flair of a warhorse, but it carried the weight of a civilization, literally, and never asked for much more than a patch of grass and a little room to spit when annoyed. While empires rose and fell, trade routes stretched across continents, and llamas hauled their way through the Andes in the wind-swept monasteries of early medieval Ireland, something quieter, but no less world-changing, was happening. During the so-called Dark Ages, when much of Europe was caught in political upheaval and intellectual decline, Irish monks were quietly preserving classical knowledge in the form of illuminated manuscripts, beautifully hand-copied texts adorned with intricate designs that blended faith, folklore, and philosophy. These monks, tucked away in remote monasteries like those at Clonmacnoise, Glendalough, and Skellig Michael, didn't just copy religious texts. They also carefully transcribed works by Greek and Roman thinkers, Aristotle, Virgil, Cicero, and preserved fragments of science, medicine, and history that might otherwise have vanished into the fog of lost time. And they didn't do it lazily. These manuscripts weren't slapdash copies. They were works of devotion. Each letter was meticulously inked by hand, often in Latin, surrounded by elaborate illustrations of fantastical animals, swirling knots, and vibrant pigments that have somehow survived more than 1,000 years. The Book of Kells, probably the most famous example, is often described as a masterpiece of medieval art, and rightly so. Its pages are so full of intricate color and symbolic detail that scholars still debate their meanings today. But the art wasn't just for show. It was a way to sanctify the act of copying, turning it into an offering of both mind and hand. These monks weren't just scribes, they were guardians of memory. While Viking raids occasionally disrupted this peaceful work, burning libraries and scattering communities, many monks simply moved inland or across the sea to continue their mission. Some even traveled to continental Europe, founding monasteries in places like modern-day France, Germany, and Switzerland, bringing with them not only scripture, but also classical texts and a reputation for scholarship. This is why Ireland earned the nickname the Land of Saints and Scholars. The illuminated manuscripts produced in these scriptoriums didn't just preserve information. They shaped the intellectual rebirth that would later emerge during the Carolingian Renaissance and eventually the wider European Renaissance centuries later. Without the steady hands of Irish monks carefully copying the past one vellum sheet at a time, many of the foundational texts of Western civilization might not have made it. No USB backups, no cloud storage, just dedication, ink, and a lot of sheepskin parchment. So while the rest of Europe may have been stumbling through the shadows, Ireland had a few candlelit corners where the light of knowledge never really went out, and all thanks to a group of monks who believed that preserving the past was worth every smudge of ink and cramped hand. While monks in the far reaches of Ireland were preserving the written word by candlelight, halfway across the world in the cliffs and hillsides of India, another kind of devotion was being etched, not with ink, but with stone, and not onto paper, but into entire mountains. In some of India's most ancient Buddhist cave complexes, like those at Karla, Bhaja, and Ajanta, stone ceilings were intricately carved to resemble wooden beams, right down to the grain and structure, all from solid rock. It's one of those architectural choices that makes you pause and wonder, Why go to the trouble of carving stone to look like wood? The answer lies in tradition and transformation. Early Buddhist temples and gathering spaces were constructed with timber, and as the religion expanded and its communities sought more permanent structures, they carried those familiar architectural forms with them into their new medium, rock-cut caves. But they didn't just switch materials. They honored the original wooden designs with such commitment that even the rafters, braces, and beam patterns were replicated in stone, serving no structural purpose at all. Just decoration? Maybe. But also continuity, comfort, and perhaps a way of keeping the past alive in a new, more enduring form. These caves weren't small side projects either. They were massive undertakings. Carved directly into cliffs with rudimentary tools, many of these caves feature large prayer halls known as chaityas, often complete with vaulted ceilings, ribbed stone arches, and central stupas for worship. The illusion of wood is so convincing that visitors often have to be reminded that everything they're seeing, ceiling beams, columns, brackets, is carved from the very rock the cave was dug into. The precision is jaw-dropping, and if that weren't enough, many of these spaces were also once painted in rich colors and decorated with elaborate carvings and sculptures, creating immersive environments filled with art, sound, and spiritual energy. Some even included complex systems for light and ventilation, proving these builders weren't just talented, they were deeply thoughtful about how people would move through and use the space. This dedication to stone as wood persisted for centuries. Even as stone architecture became the norm, the visual language of wooden construction stayed woven into Indian religious architecture. And that tells us something special. This wasn't just a practical decision, it was a symbolic one. It was a tribute to origins, to craftsmanship, and to the seamless blend of form and function. So next time you think of ancient architecture, don't just picture towering temples or polished marble columns. Picture a dark, cool cave carved by hand, where stone rafters mimic vanished timber and where every groove was shaped not because it had to be, but because it meant something. Finally, after marveling at the stone rafters of Indian caves pretending to be wood, let's now shift our gaze to the open sands of Egypt, where ancient engineers weren't mimicking materials, but mastering the elements themselves. And what better element to work with than the most essential one of all, water. When it came time to build the massive pyramids of Egypt, those colossal stone mountains that have stood the test of time, ancient Egyptian engineers used a surprisingly clever and low-tech method to make sure the ground was perfectly level. Water-filled trenches. That's right. Long before laser levels and GPS-guided bulldozers, they figured out how to use the basic principle that water always finds its own level. The idea was simple, but brilliant. Workers would dig shallow trenches in a grid pattern across the intended building site and fill them with water. Any area where the water pooled higher than the rest showed a natural rise in the land, while spots where the water was lower revealed dips or depressions. By carefully adjusting the terrain, adding soil here, shaving it down there, they could create a level foundation accurate to within centimeters across vast stretches of land. This was essential because building something as heavy and geometrically precise as a pyramid required a base that didn't tilt or buckle over time. And considering that the Great Pyramid of Giza covers over 13 acres and still sits almost perfectly level more than 4,000 years later, it's safe to say the water trick worked. This approach wasn't just theoretical either. Archaeologists have found evidence of these trench systems around pyramid sites, supporting the idea that water was a crucial part of the prep work. It's one of many examples of how ancient Egyptians solved complex engineering problems with elegance and efficiency. They didn't just stack stones, they orchestrated massive construction efforts with forethought and planning that rivals modern projects. And this water leveling technique shows they understood their environment deeply. The Nile was central to every aspect of life, from agriculture to religion, so it makes perfect sense that water would play a role in architecture too. Plus, using water meant they didn't need fancy tools. They just needed a lot of labor, a solid understanding of physics, and the patience to wait for the water to settle. It's also worth noting that this wasn't an isolated stroke of genius. Egyptian builders consistently demonstrated an uncanny ability to work with precision, aligning pyramids with cardinal directions, transporting massive stones over great distances, and laying out temples with cosmic accuracy. But sometimes, their most effective tools weren't elaborate or mysterious. Sometimes, they were as humble and reliable as a trench filled with water. It's a perfect example of how ancient innovation didn't always come in the form of grand inventions, but often in practical, grounded knowledge used in creative ways. So while the pyramids might rise into the sky, their secrets started far below, quietly rippling in a shallow pool of water. And there you have it, just a handful of the many clever, curious, and downright brilliant ways ancient civilizations shaped the world around them. From water-leveled deserts to stone ceilings pretending to be wood, from cosmic crank-powered computers to golden dust drifting across Andean lakes, history isn't just about battles and dates. It's also about quiet ingenuity, everyday brilliance, and the unexpected things people were doing long before we gave them credit for it. So whether it was monks saving lost knowledge in the margins of a manuscript or traders minting coins in a mountain kingdom, these ancient facts aren't just impressive. They're reminders that the past was never as simple as it seems. If you enjoyed this journey through time, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss the next one. And as always, stay curious, stay kind, and stay safe.